Police have launched a murder inquiry after an elderly woman was found dead at her home in Fleckney.
I was gobsmacked. There's something could happen like this, literally on my doorstep.
This case was one of a kind. Not only the nature of it, but the brutal nature of it.
When I found out, it just floored me. How? Why could that happen?
This is an old lady who's been murdered and seriously sexually assaulted in her home.
How could somebody that I'd grown up with be capable of doing something like that?
A lot of people were generally scared.
This just doesn't look right.
There was no sign of forced entry, so it was obvious that it was somebody that she knew.
Open the door! Right, at this moment in time, I'm arresting on suspicion of murder.
Seven miles south of Leicester, in the heart of the English countryside, lies the quaint village of Fleckney.
Fleckney is a quiet village. It's very close-knit. It's like it has its own little bubble. People are very, very close. Everybody knows everybody. Most people are related in Fleckney.
Beautiful rural settings, friendly people, local community is fantastic. But yeah, it's a lovely, lovely place to live and grow up in.
It's not the sort of place where a lot of crime happens. I'd been to Fleckney a few times that had nothing to do with crime. I'd been there to judge a talent contest. I think it was called Fleckney's Got Talent.
The people who live in Fleckney are generally well-to-do. It's quite a low-crime area. There are retiring people there. There's some retirement bungalows around there. There's not a lot of throughfare. The people who are in Fleckney are generally the people who live there rather than the people who visit there.
And it was this perfect, idyllic village that 72-year-old Jane Hings chose to retire to.
Jane was an only child, and her mum and dad sadly passed away years before, which left her on her own with no immediate family around. Jane was quite a private person. She didn't like everyone to know, her business, and kept herself to herself, really. But once you got to know her, she opened up more, and it was just fun. She had quirky ways about her, but she was kind and she was caring.
Everybody in Fleckney knew Jane. She relied on people to give her a lift to the hairdressers, to the shops, things like that. She was inoffensive in every way. People didn't have bad things to say about her. And in her life beforehand, she worked hard.
Jane took pride in her appearance. She'd always, regular having her hair done every few weeks, and she'd always sort of make sure she was nicely dressed and put on a bit of makeup, so she'd still try and make the effort to look nice.
Having worked overseas as a nanny, Jane had settled into retirement, whilst also taking care of her much-loved rescue dog, Paddy.
He was spoilt rotten. Everything she did was for Paddy. You'd go in, there'd be dog treats stacked up to the ceiling. We'd lie on a bed at night and cuddle up with her.
Whilst Jane used friends and neighbours to help walk Paddy, in the summer of 2017, an accident meant she needed a lot more care.
Goodbye. Jane had a fall and was admitted to hospital for about 3 or 4 weeks.
She'd suffered some injuries when her dog Paddy had pulled her over, and then when she came out of hospital, that's when she needed the carers and she needed help in getting around, and she couldn't go very far.
But the community came together for Jane, and she slowly got back on her feet.
She was the sort of person that people warmed to, they liked her, and they were happy to help out.
Then, just a few weeks after leaving hospital, tragedy strikes.
On the Sunday morning, Jane's carers went in as they were meant to, about 7 o'clock in the morning. Jane's front door was unlocked, which is normal. They went in. She was laid in bed. The cover was pulled up over her head and both of her arms were raised above her head. When they peeled back the duvet, which had covered her head entirely, they saw that she had died.
The carers are puzzled that Jane's body is covered completely by the duvet and call for an ambulance. Then, they notice something else unusual. Items are out of place in Jane's usually meticulous house.
And when the ambulance arrived, they could see that she'd been dead for some time. And the paramedic who was there, he looked around and could see that there'd been an untidy search. Some drawers were open, some things were knocked over.
Items were strewn across the floor, drawers were open.
Here is a lady who's died with the cover over her head, with the arms raised above the head, and it looks like there's been a burglary that's taken place.
With police at the scene, suspicions grow that this is not a natural death, and the house is immediately cordoned off. But with no obvious injuries, how Jane died is still a mystery, which means detectives begin to theorise what could have happened to the pensioner.
Is it a burglary that's gone wrong? Is it Jane who's suffered a heart attack following a burglary, or whether she has passed away and then a burglary has happened afterwards, or whether this is somebody who has murdered Jane and then burgled the bungalow afterwards?
The first step for detectives is to establish how Jane died.
I received a phone call from the duty detective inspector who said they had a death. They weren't 100% happy with it, and they would value my opinion on what was going on.
Dr. Hamilton attends the scene, and as well as the unusual way Jane has been tucked into her bed, his suspicions are raised further.
And the most immediately concerning thing was that her nightdress appeared to be pulled up, and that seemed very unusual for somebody who'd simply died in their sleep. This just doesn't look right, it doesn't look normal.
As suspicions are raised that she could have been the victim of a sexual attack, Jane is taken for post-mortem. But almost immediately, everything changes.
This is HFM.
Police have launched a murder inquiry after an elderly woman was found dead at her home in Fleckney. Her body was discovered in a bungalow on Elizabeth Road. It's thought the victim died at some point during Saturday evening or in the early hours of Sunday.
Whilst transporting Jane, a shocking piece of evidence has been found.
As we took the body, a tongue bar fell from one of the creases in the skin. Ms. Hings didn't have a tongue piercing, so we have evidence of somebody else very close to her body. That ultimately became one of the most important pieces of evidence in catching the killer.
On a quiet Sunday morning in the village of Fleckney in Leicestershire, residents are waking up to disturbing news of a possible murder on their doorstep.
This is HFM.
Further tests are being carried out to try to determine what killed an elderly woman in her own home in Fleckney. It prompted police to launch a murder inquiry following the discovery of her body in the property on Elizabeth Road. There were signs of a disturbance in her bungalow, which has led officers to believe she may have been the victim of a burglary.
72-year-old Jane Hings has been found dead by her carers early on a Sunday morning. Her house has been burgled, and there's signs she has been sexually assaulted. Police are treating her death as suspicious and have cordoned off the scene.
There was police tape from the tree round to the lamppost. You couldn't get to where, if you can just see that red car behind this thing, that was all blocked off as well, because that's the back of her house. It's not something we expected to ever happen in Fleckney. It's such a quiet village, a nice village. I was gobsmacked. There's something could happen like this, you know what I mean, on my doorstep, literally on my doorstep. And for people that I knew.
It's a place where you could leave your doors and windows open. Everybody knows everybody. But, you know, this sent shockwaves through the community. And I think that a lot of people would have felt generally scared.
With the village inundated with police vehicles, Jane's loved ones are also confronted with the news of her death.
I'd arranged to go over to Jane's on the Sunday morning to take Paddy for a walk. And as usual, I was running late and I'd had no phone call, which was really strange. And then I pulled into the close where she lived and just saw loads of police cars, police vans, forensics, and yeah, that's when I found out. So I last spoke to Jane the night before. I was supposed to go and see her that day. I'd been on holiday, so I hadn't seen her for a couple of weeks. And we were on the phone for about an hour. I miss Jane. I miss the phone calls. There was so much she could have talked about her life and I didn't get to hear any of it. And my phone is so deadly quiet all the time.
Whilst moving Jane's body, pathologists have discovered a tongue bar in her groin.
The investigation then shifted from, is this a burglary that's gone wrong, to this is an old lady who's been murdered and seriously sexually assaulted in her home.
That tongue bar was put into an evidence bag immediately. Everyone knew that this was potentially important. That went straight off. It was fast-tracked through the DNA lab.
As detectives wait for the DNA results, utmost on their mind is that this might not be an isolated incident.
One of our first lines of inquiry is to research cases of a similar nature, and we conducted a number of checks looking at anybody who was already convicted and in prison who could have been on day release for the same offence. But then this case was one of a kind. Not only the nature of it, but the brutal nature of it.
Immediately, door-to-door inquiries begin.
When officers initially attended the scene, we tried to identify people who would know Jane the last time that she was seen or spoken to.
Officers investigate whether Jane had any enemies in the village.
When we looked at Jane's past, there was no fallouts with anybody. There was nothing to indicate somebody with a vendetta, somebody with a grudge, any past history with anybody which would tell us this person has a long-running grudge against Jane and would want ill of her.
But locals have their own suspicions.
When the police first came, they said there was no sign of forced entry or anything like that, so it was obvious that it was somebody that she knew.
And it appears that whoever stole from Jane took some of her most precious items. Her wedding ring and a necklace are missing, along with her mobile phone, handbag, and £200. But police find an item they suspect doesn't belong to her.
Behind that bed, between the headboard and the wall, was a baseball cap found on the floor.
It was a designer cap, something that didn't belong to Jane.
The question police want to know is, whose hat is it? And did its owner have anything to do with Jane's death? With the post-mortem results in, it's apparent Jane has suffered a brutal attack.
Really tellingly, she had lacerations, she had tears, both to her anus and to her vagina. The external injuries were really focused around the mouth and the nose and the upper neck area. Ms. Hings didn't have that many injuries on her body, but what there was told a story. There was a little linear graze, a scratch on her neck, and we know that her necklace was missing. It would certainly fit with somebody having pulled that necklace and it scraping across the skin. The most important thing that the post-mortem brought out in itself was that there was no natural cause for her to die. No natural cause for Miss Hings to be dead. In addition, there was some quite disturbing bruising around her jawline, around her mouth, something that really makes you think we have to be sure that this woman hasn't been strangled or smothered.
Less than 24 hours after Jane was discovered, the fast turnaround DNA profile from the tongue bar is returned from the lab.
That profile was put into the DNA database, and they soon had a match. They had a hit, and that match was Craig Kehoe.
26-year-old Craig Kehoe's DNA was on file, as he was known to the local police as a petty criminal. Now, he was part of a major manhunt.
Craig Kehoe was a local lad. He grew up in the area. He still lived in the area. Craig led a transient lifestyle. He doesn't have a car, he didn't have a phone, he didn't have a job, he didn't claim benefits. So trying to work out where he lived in the Fleckney area meant we had to do a lot of inquiries at a fast pace, but in a discreet way as well.
Police managed to trace Craig to a caravan which was on the outskirts of Fleckney, but not very far from where Jane lived.
Once we'd identified that he was living in a caravan, we sent officers there.
Someone in the caravan! Police! Open the door! Police, open the door! Someone with a dark hair in there.
And there was a slight standoff of about 30 seconds where the caravan was surrounded and Craig took some time coming to the door before he's arrested.
Right, hands behind back.
Right, at this moment in time, I'm arresting suspicion of murder. The rest is necessary for prompt and effective investigation. You don't have to say anything. May harm to face. Do not mention one question. Something which later will lie in the court. Anything you do so may be given in evidence. Do you understand everything I've said to you? Yeah.
Craig is taken into custody as detectives try to build a picture of the young man they suspect murdered Jane.
He didn't live far from Jane. He was a former factory worker. He'd been in trouble for burglary, a few break-ins and stealing from his parents and from a friend. But he wasn't known as a major criminal. He wasn't known for anything as horrific as this.
As Craig's DNA was identified on the tongue bar and in her bungalow, detectives want to know how it got there. Craig is interviewed under caution.
When was the last time you saw her then?
The last time I saw her was Sunday night.
Okay. What time would that have been?
I got there for about 10:30.
You got there at 10:30?
Yeah.
That's PM?
About 10:30 at night.
At night? Okay. So if we take from 10:30 at night then, through to when you left at 11?
Yeah.
Tell me exactly in detail what happened.
Well, I was watching the little film on the TV, and then she asked me to have sex with her at the end.
Just tell me exactly what she said to you about having sex.
She just said, "Craig, will you have sex with me?" And then, well, the first time it started off was about a month ago, and I was in the house, and then she just came into the front room naked, and then she was like, "Craig, come and do it with me and I'll pay you."
He offered the reason that his DNA was inside of Jane and inside the scene was because Jane had paid him for sex.
Okay, and how much did she pay you?
Yeah, she paid me £200.
£200.
In the village of Fleckney in Leicestershire, police have arrested 25-year-old Craig Kehoe on suspicion of the murder of Jane Hings.
Do not have to say anything. May harm to face. Do not mention one question. Something which later will lie in the court. Anything you do so may be given in evidence. Do you understand everything I've said to you? Yeah.
Could this local lad really be responsible for the rape and murder of a 72-year-old pensioner? The news has sent shockwaves through the tight-knit community.
How could somebody that I'd grown up with all these years could be physically capable of doing something like that? I felt sick and it was horrible. Like, who does things like that to such you know what I mean? You hear about it, but she was an old lady. She was old. He was a young lad.
Keogh has been taken into custody and is being interviewed under caution. With his DNA found on the victim and at the scene, detectives want to know how Craig knows Jane. And he has an explanation.
I was walking through the village and I saw this lady and her shopping bag broke and I helped her and then I carried it to the house with her.
Craig told us in an interview that he met Jane when he was down the shops and that she asked him to pick up some shopping for him and offered him some money for it and then asked him to walk her dog, Paddy, as well.
But Craig alleges that it wasn't just household chores Jane was paying him for.
And then another time, she's asked me to have sex with her for money. And it happened a month ago, the first time. And then she's asked me to come back a month later. And then it happened again.
Key to the police investigation was the tongue piercing found in Jane's groin.
Have you got any piercings?
I got my ear pierced.
Your ear pierced? Okay. Anywhere else?
Yeah, my tongue pierced.
Your tongue?
Craig goes on to admit that he'd been with Jane the night she died, saying he arrived at her house around 10:30 p.m.
Tell me exactly in detail what happened.
Well, I was watching a little film on the TV, and then she asked me to have sex with her at the end. And she was like, "I'll pay you more this time." I was like, "Okay." I didn't think anything of it. And that was it really. And she said she felt sick, and then I left her.
Craig's detailed account that he had sex with Jane and left her very much alive turns the investigation on its head.
During the course of his interviews, he came up with an explanation as to what happened. But I have to say, it was so bizarre.
Craig also suggested that Jane, whilst alive, was unwell when he left.
What he was saying was that she'd become a little bit wobbly and a little bit unwell, and had then gone back to her bed. He'd then closed the door, and obviously whatever happened afterwards was someone else. Some stranger, no doubt having seen that the door was open, would have gone in there, burgled her, and perhaps killed her. And so that might possibly have been an explanation for what happened.
The interviewing officers had to keep an open mind, but had to probe and get as much detail from him as possible to find out whether it was right or not.
Was Craig telling the truth? Was Jane alive when he left? And so was it someone else who sexually assaulted and killed her? Forensics carry out a detailed search for additional DNA or fingerprints on Jane or in the bungalow.
There was nothing else from the scene, from Jane, from the post-mortem which identified anybody else other than Craig. We'd had all of these things examined and they only pointed at Craig Keogh and did not point to anybody else.
With no one else in the frame, Craig's movements on the night in question are investigated.
Craig had been on a night out in Oadby, a nearby town.
I think it was between 8:30 he came in that night. Remember it well because Leicester City had played Liverpool on that night, so we had a fair few in. He stood out straight away because he had his baseball cap the other way around and he was just bouncing up and down.
Staff at the pub said that he appeared agitated, aggressive, and almost as if he was up for a fight. They said he was high on drink and drugs.
Now, this was crucially important evidence because in his interviews, he said that by 10:30 that evening, he was sitting in Jane Hing's living room in Fleckney, watching a war film and having a drink with her. But that was a lie. He was out with his friends. We were able by that process to show that he'd taken cocaine, that he was offering to sell other people cocaine, and that he was complaining about how boring the evening was.
As doubt is cast on Keogh's version of events, police trace his movements after he leaves the pub. He's next seen arriving back in Fleckney at just after 1 a.m.
His friends say that the last time they saw him was when the taxi dropped him off, and they assumed he was going home.
But Keogh walks in the opposite direction of his caravan, heading in the direction of Jane's bungalow.
We knew from CCTV that the suspect had walked to Jane's house wearing a baseball cap, and when they were walking away they didn't have it on, and we could see that.
Detectives believe this places Keogh in Jane's bungalow around 1:15 a.m. And when he returns home, he's captured again.
We see him going back into his caravan carrying something. Now, he goes out again, and he returns out around 2:30 in the morning for another 15 minutes or so, and we are certain that he went back to Jane Hing's house in that period of time. We don't know what he did.
The following morning, Craig is again seen on camera.
The morning after he was seen walking along the street, he was captured on CCTV with a black bin bag.
He's spotted again a few minutes later, but the bag has vanished. What did he dispose of? The police believe it was some of Jane's belongings, but a search of the area reveals nothing.
This is HFM.
It's 5 o'clock. This is HFM News. Detectives have been given more time to continue questioning a man on suspicion of murder following the discovery of a pensioner dead in her bungalow in Fleckney on Sunday morning. Officers also believe items were stolen from Miss Hings's bungalow in a black bin liner. They're appealing for villagers to check their gardens and outbuildings in case it's been discarded there. A post-mortem examination has so far failed to identify her cause of death.
With help from the public and CCTV, police are able to piece together Keogh's movements 24 hours after Jane's death. Friends described Craig as splashing his cash, buying them drinks and himself a new tongue bar.
He tried to get rid of Jane's jewellery in trying to sell it. He got rid of her handbag. He was trying to get rid of every last bit of evidence that would connect him to Jane.
He went into Leicester city centre and he actually went to a pawnbroker's. He sold her jewellery for about £100 when the items of jewellery were valued around £1,000.
With enough evidence that Keogh stole items from Jane and had raped her, detectives also believe they have a killer on their hands. But proving he murdered Jane was going to be their biggest challenge.
So far as murder was concerned, we had no cause of death. We were unable to show how she died, whether it was deliberate or accidental, forensically at that stage.
In the village of Fleckney, 25-year-old Craig Keogh has been charged with burglary, murder, and the rape of pensioner Jane Hings. The news that Jane was sexually assaulted in her home has been made public.
The community were on edge already, knowing that an old lady had been murdered in her home, but then once the true nature of it came out, people were really worried.
When I found out that information, it just floored me. It played on my mind all night. You know, a woman of that age, how, why could that happen?
I'd say the villagers would be distressed because a majority of them are similar sort of age to Miss Hinks. And you know, and there's quite a few vulnerable people out there as well, and it obviously upset them, but also put a bit of fear into them as well, that this could happen on their doorstep.
Within days of his arrest, Keogh is brought before a judge and the charges read.
He pleaded not guilty to all the charges, so that was murder, 2 counts of rape and burglary.
Keogh is remanded in custody and a date set for his trial. But the work of the prosecution is only just beginning.
This was horrific violence perpetrated on a very frail old lady whilst she was still alive. And there was then the added complication of trying to prove how she died.
So one of Craig Keogh's lines of defence actually referred to him knowing Jane Hings, and he said that she paid him for sex, and that was a reason that he went around and he claimed she was still alive when he left her bungalow on that night.
Experts believe that Jane has been smothered with a pillow, and proving it was Keogh is imperative to the case.
The DNA on the pillows was of saliva, and so we could show that Jane's saliva was on the pillows. That was all.
Typically with a material object, you can't get fingerprints from it. And it's really difficult. For us as investigators, we sat there believing that the pillowcases were our murder weapon. How could we prove that?
With concern that Keogh might get away on a technicality, the police and prosecution reach out to forensic specialists.
Now, our pillowcases had been sat in the bottom of an evidence bag, sat in an exhibit store for, at this point, 4 months. They weren't laid out flat like you'd see in a movie or anything like this. This is a pillowcase shoved in the bottom of an evidence bag.
But as we got nearer to trial, we discovered a new scientific development.
Leicestershire Police said to me they had a pillowcase that they were interested in trying to develop some fingerprints on. They wanted to know whether a novel process I'd been researching was appropriate for this type of exhibit. I recommended that they tried vacuum metal deposition, and I also directed them towards Gloucestershire Police, who had a vacuum metal deposition machine that they could use and a trained operator, which is probably the best technique that we're aware of that gives you a chance of getting fingerprints on fabrics.
Vacuum metal deposition involves vaporizing gold and zinc in a vacuum chamber. The metallic particles are attracted to the fabric and form a negative image of finger marks wherever it has been touched.
So what you have here is the image of the pillowcase as it's come out of the vacuum metal deposition machine. These dark regions where you have quite a lot of zinc deposition, and you have these light regions where zinc simply hasn't deposited. It shows whereabouts the pillowcase has been gripped, and it also enables you to say, well, it's been touched there, so you can then target other techniques such as DNA recovery for those techniques.
We were able, therefore, to show that the pillow had been held in a position that you wouldn't hold a pillow ordinarily in order to put it over Jane Hings' head to kill her.
So that proved our murder weapon. We had Keogh's finger marks on the short edge and Jane's saliva in the middle of the pillow.
But the question is, would it be enough to convict Keogh? The trial begins at Birmingham Crown Court, and Jane's friends come face to face with Keogh.
Craig was just deadpan through the whole entire time. Not an ounce of remorse, not any kind of emotion. He showed nothing.
When Craig sat in the dock, he was expressionless. It was difficult to really see any signs of emotion.
Obviously, Jane's friends are of her age, so are a lot older and didn't want to go and sit through all of that. So I went and sat for her. I didn't want Craig to think that nobody cared about her. I wanted to be seen that, you know, she meant something to somebody.
Craig had denied all along that he was responsible for raping and murdering Jane Hings. In fact, his version of events was at complete odds with the prosecution's case, the police case. He had said that he had gone to see Jane to have sex. He said that they had watched a film together that night, a war film. Checks were made, and there was no war film on TV. It was a complete and utter lie.
As the trial unfolds, the defence tried to paint a picture of Jane.
Craig Keogh was describing Jane Hings as being a sexually promiscuous, drunken woman who liked nothing more than spending her pension money on having intercourse with a young man. We discovered she didn't drink alcohol. There was no alcohol in her bloodstream after her death.
So the jury were then shown all the mobility aids that Jane had in the house, the fact that she couldn't walk between rooms without needing a walking stick or a frame.
So the idea of her being interested in active sexual activity was laughable.
Central to the prosecution case is proving that the sexual contact was non-consensual.
So we instructed an expert in sexual injuries to examine her body. And as a result of that, we were able to show that the sexual activity was not consensual activity, and it would have caused her significant amounts of pain, and it happened when she was alive.
And it was for this reason they believe Keogh decided to kill Jane.
She must have cried out when that happened, and he must have wanted not to be caught and to complete the act. And we know he did complete the act because there was semen within her body. And I expect that during the course of that sexual assault upon her, he decided to kill her because she wouldn't shut up.
Establishing that Keogh had the motive and opportunity to kill Jane, the prosecution introduces what they believe is the murder weapon.
The scientists went the extra mile on this one because they could show that finger marks left by Keogh were on the short, straight edges at the side, and they were gripped like this and applied. And they then took it one step further to look for the amylase staining, that's the protein staining in the middle, to show that Jane had exhaled a lot and it given out a lot of moisture from her breath, indicating that that's where she was smothered. And then when the scientists came to court to explain it, the jury was sat there like, oh wow, this is really impactful.
With the prosecution evidence built against him, Keogh remained silent.
Craig sat there very quiet. He chose not to give evidence. He chose not to be cross-examined by prosecutor, and he showed no remorse, even when the horrific details were read out of what he had done.
Craig Keogh could not offer any evidence which the jury could look at and say that he was not guilty. He couldn't offer any alibi, and he couldn't offer any plausible explanation as to why this had happened or why he was suspected of it.
After 5 days, the jury is sent to deliberate. Presented with all the evidence, they have to decide whether the marks at the edge of the pillow and all the new scientific data prove that the young man in front of them is a murderer.
There are two choices for a jury here. Either he went into that house and raped her and burgled the property and then left, and a random stranger came in and smothered her, or the person who raped her smothered her. That's the choice.
Even though you've listened to the whole trial and you know he's guilty, the evidence says he's guilty, those minutes, hours of waiting to hear them words, it's still nerve-wracking, you know, because they could come back with not guilty.
After 4 hours, the jury returns.
They came back and unanimously said that he was guilty of 2 counts of rape, murder and burglary.
When the jury came back, he was plainly shocked. Craig Keogh stood there. And when sentence was imposed, he stood there with an element of resignation, but he didn't seem at any stage to show any kind of remorse. No sadness for her, no sadness for his own family, who appeared to be very decent people. From the beginning to the end, it seemed to me he was entirely focused on himself.
Keogh was given a life sentence and will only be eligible for parole after 32 years. But for all involved, this case has taken its toll.
When I went into Jane Hing's house, I was struck by the peace and tranquility in which she'd lived her life. She was a very simple lady. Beside her bed on one side was her Bible and a crucifix. And on the other side, as she had gone to bed, no doubt like every other night, she'd left her teeth on the side of the bed. And imagining just being in your own bedroom, in the comfort of your own home, and having a young, strong man, plainly intoxicated and under the influence of drunks, coming into your room about 1:15 in the morning, waking you from your sleep, must have been terrifying. That, I think, stays with me.
This case will stick with me. It's one that the community will remember for a long time. It's one that the police officers who went to will remember for a long time.
I've covered numerous murder trials over the last 25 years. The rape of anyone is distressing, it's shocking, but this was particularly shocking because it involved the rape of an elderly woman.
I've been asked many times, what are my feelings towards Craig? And I have none, is the simple answer. I don't hate him because that's an emotion. I literally have no emotion towards him. But to think of what he did, it broke my heart to try and think about the fear that would have been going through her mind at the time. And then to be smothered with her own pillow. Jane was cremated and I put her ashes in an urn that sits on my mantelpiece so she can watch over Paddy every day until the day that he sadly joins her, in which case I will get him cremated and scatter their ashes someplace nice. Are you gorgeous? So they can be together again.
Stranger danger is rare but not impossible. The chilling Murdered at First Sight is new Wednesday at 9 on Sky Mix.
It's an emergency. I've just walked in and found my mother's body lying there. I'm completely dead.
It was fairly obvious this was going to be a big story.
We spent millions of pounds on this investigation, the most expensive investigations that Hampshire police have ever run.
That type of thing doesn't happen around here. Why was this little old lady killed?
This is a murder.
Nestled beside the River Itchen sits the pretty hamlet of Brambridge.
Brambridge is typical of these tiny little hamlets that have got very, very few homes there. Everyone really knows everyone. It's a very friendly kind of place, and you've got your little store, and all community life is around those areas. It attracts a lot of visitors simply because of the River Itchen. There are lovely walks along the river there. Again, one of the most beautiful spots in England. Banbridge is most definitely one of the loveliest.
This picturesque part of Hampshire often attracts a slower pace of life.
It was always predominantly sort of an elder generation place, so people around here were sort of over 50s, 60s.
The community is an aged community. It's not an awful lot of very young people. There are some young people, of course, homes with kids and so on, but the majority of the community is older people.
The Hampshire Hogs, as they're known, they're very proud of their area. The local people who have been here for generations. And, yeah, like everywhere where it's village life, it's lovely.
At the very edge of Banbridge lived a wealthy 77-year-old grandmother, Georgina Edmonds.
Everything that was said about Georgina Edmonds was just a lovely, lovely lady. Well-liked and loved by everyone that knew her, very close to her family, very friendly, and just a charming old lady.
She had grandchildren that she really enjoyed playing with, was always up for a bit of a laugh. Her grandson was a budding filmmaker, and he would make funny little videos at Christmas, and Georgina would star in those as well. And she enjoyed life. You know, she was still very independent. She was still mobile. She drove her car. She would go down to the shops, but she had assistance with that as well.
Well, I knew her because one of the jobs I did at work was, to take the groceries to the dear old souls who couldn't get around. I know she always had her little dogs with her. Rather sweet little things. Very, very friendly. They used to stand up at the window and look out of the window. She was a delightful person, and nothing to say about her that wasn't nice.
Georgina lived in a large gated estate on the edge of the river.
The Edmonds family were well known in the area. It was Georgina's husband who had founded the family business importing coffee.
Very well-to-do family. Harry, her son, worked in London. The business, I believe, was in Basingstoke. But again, most of the time they were up in London working hard and would come back to Hampshire at weekends, for rest.
When Georgina's husband sadly passed away, she downsized into the smaller house on the estate.
She moved into the cottage, which is your chocolate box cover cottage itself.
Nice little house, amongst the trees, by the river.
Her son, Harry, took over running the business and moved into the larger house, as you would when you reach an older age. You don't want the bother of all the dusting.
Georgina seemed happy in her new home. But in January 2008, life in the community changes forever.
Police emergency.
This is an emergency. I've just come down to my house. My mother has a cottage 100 yards away.
Right.
I've got no reply from her. I've come in through her bedroom window, which was unlocked. She's lying on the floor in the kitchen, and it looks to me as if she's been hit over the head. She looks as if she's dead.
Okay, calm down for me, sir. What's your name?
My name is Harry Edmonds. I'm her son. I've just walked in. I came in through the window, and I found the house in complete darkness. I've gone through into the kitchen and found my mother's body lying there, and I've been out walking her dogs. This looks like a crime scene to me.
Okay, well, try not to touch anything for me.
This is a murder.
Okay, just calm down for me, sir. I'll send someone else for you, okay?
Yeah, please, as soon as possible. I'm afraid she's dead. That's a murder.
It was about 6:15. I was at home, just prepping dinner, and my phone rang, and so I answered the phone, and they said, we've got a suspicious death. I said, okay, tell me about that. And they said, it's an elderly woman been found dead in the kitchen, face down by her son. So I jumped in the car, and it was a miserable, wet, cold January night, blowing a gale. driving through these country roads as we are now.
Paul Barton, Detective Chief Inspector at the time, arrives at Georgina's address, which is already swarmed with a significant police presence.
So just as I'm pulling down here, I can see the blue lights sort of flashing in the pitch black. So I know I'm getting close to it. And then I just come around the bend and there's some more police activity. A police van and a police car, an ambulance, and some tape here, just across the bridge here. So I just pull in where I'm pulling in now, actually. I walked up the drive. It's a short walk up a gravel drive into the cottage. The kitchen door is on the side of the cottage. I just looked in, I could see, sadly, Georgina was lying there face down with a large amount of blood around her, some stab wounds to her neck. So I was satisfied at that point that we did have something that was a suspicious death.
A murder investigation is launched, and police maintain a secure perimeter in and around Georgina's home.
You only get one go at recovering evidence from a body, and one that is already compromised. There will be a lot of discussion about what should be sampled at the scene, what should be done at the scene, what is going to be compromised by another action. So there will be a lot of effort going into preserving as much evidence as possible.
I actually want this road completely closed. And it's one entrance in, one entrance out, but I didn't want anyone else coming across here, and I certainly didn't want the press turning up and having a look. And so immediately what we call a wider cordon was put on, and we blocked the road so that we had complete control of the area.
That morning, we went out for a walk, and as we crossed the road where it leads to her house, there was a policeman standing there. There was a car, the road was blocked. And I said, "Can you tell me what's happening on this road?" There's been a murder.
When the news broke, it was fairly obvious from the beginning that this was going to be a big story. Neighbours would phone the newsroom and say, "Can you tell us anything about what's going on?"
Everybody was talking about it, wherever you went, everybody in all the shops. And there were police everywhere, and you just wouldn't generally see police presence in that area.
The 15 years that we've been here, we haven't seen or we haven't heard of a murder, except for this one. This is the first one.
I think that was quite worrying because, why? Why was this little old lady killed? What was the reason? So it just seemed very, very random and horrible.
It became very obvious very quickly that this was a murder hunt that was out of the ordinary, shall we say.
So what led to a murder in this peaceful village? And why would someone want to kill a well-loved member of the community?
Police emergency.
This is an emergency. I've just walked into the kitchen and found my mother's body lying there. This looks like a crime scene to me. This is a murder.
In the picturesque village of Brambridge, the close-knit community has woken up to the news that a much-loved 77-year-old grandmother, Georgina Edmonds, has been brutally murdered in her home.
It's extremely grim. My mum was 77 at the time and living with us, not very far away. So, yeah, you don't even want to think about it.
It's gone from being a quiet village scenario to then being sort of on the local news, everybody talking about it, what's happened, that type of thing doesn't happen around here.
With a small community in fear of a killer in their midst, it's down to DCI Paul Barton to address the public.
A Saturday morning I was doing my first media briefing and it was packed, and it was Sky News live, BBC live, it was headline news, it was Midsummer Murders, kind of 77-year-old lady murdered brutally. So the nation were interested and the media were interested.
Under a national media spotlight, Hampshire police are under pressure to work out who would kill Georgina Edmonds and why.
I just start sort of kicking into autopilot. The next thing I'm thinking is, well, who's done this? Who's responsible? Any suspicious incident calls in that area in the last 24 hours? Has the victim been a victim of any other crimes? Is there any sort of domestic violence within the household? What do we know about the rest of the family? What do we know about the neighbours?
Was this a stranger murder? Was this someone, though, that she knew? And in such a small village, how did they get in and out of the cottage without being seen?
With a killer on the loose, the finger of suspicion is on every member of the community.
Everybody asking questions. We had so many people come in the pub at the time. You know, did you hear anything? Did you see anything? Do you know who it was? You know.
We go out as the media and knock on doors and try to talk to people and find people that would have known her. When you've only got 5 homes to actually knock on the door, the community, they'll be in shock themselves, actually, about it.
With Georgina's son, Harry, too distraught to speak, it was left to neighbours to speculate what had happened. Had someone targeted her because of her wealth?
They had a beautiful house, they had quite a bit of money in the family. And I just remember that, you know, the money, the big house, the jewellery. It was in a dark, secluded area.
There was nothing else there. There was another house, I think, to the right, I seem to remember. But that's it. She was on her own.
Police conduct a thorough search of Georgina's house for clues.
We were exploring what could have happened. Was it burglary that was the motive? Her credit card had been taken. I believe also a Radley handbag was gone. I think a laptop was gone. But there were other items that were there in the kitchen that were quite valuable. There was monies out, I believe, that were just left. And that seemed rather strange, that this was a burglary that had gone wrong, that the burglar hadn't taken those fairly obvious items that were there.
Police take a closer look at the crime scene, and one significant thing jumps out. There's no sign of a forced entry.
Was this a cover-up? Was it another motive? And so, therefore, had she been targeted in some other way, and it was a pretend burglary, taking just a few things, when a real burglar would have taken lots of things.
With no sign of a break-in, everyone known to Georgina is under suspicion. Could the local community offer clues as to who Georgina may have let into the house?
Trusting. You couldn't have had anyone more trusting. She was that sort of person. She never disputed things, you know, she just trusted people. And sometimes people are a bit suspicious, but she wasn't that type of person.
She was the sort of person, and I guess this is of her age, that would keep her door unlocked. You know, she would talk to strangers. If someone knocked on the door and asked for directions, she wouldn't be suspicious. Probably even offer them a cup of tea and, you know, spend time with people.
With no obvious break-in, detectives are left to speculate whether this was a random attack by a stranger or by someone closer to home.
Quite often, the last person to see the person alive could be the killer. It is odd that a son comes home and finds their mum dead in a kitchen. I've dealt with other jobs where children have killed parents. You know, they may have been off their face on drink or drugs. There may have been a domestic argument that's then gone too far. He could have had an axe to grind with his mother, and he could have killed his mother, and then he's just made up that he's come in and found her dead.
Police reanalyse the 999 call made by Georgina's son, Harry.
I've just walked in and found my mother's body lying there. This looks like a crime scene to me. This is a murder.
It's a strange call, I have to say. He's very calm, but he says she's dead. I think it's a murder, he says. And I remember, you know, we played that time and time again, and it's gone out in the media as well. And, you know, a lot of people thought that was strange.
Police bring Harry in for questioning to establish his movements in the hours his mother was murdered. He tells detectives he was at work all day and did not return home till 6 p.m.
He was concerned because he hadn't heard from his mother all day, and I think he'd been trying to call her. And he went to the cottage and it was in darkness. Harry's managed to force open the ground floor window, I think into Georgina's bedroom. He climbs in, goes into the kitchen and finds Georgina lifeless on the floor in a pool of blood.
Harry's story is quickly verified. Police are still no closer to establishing who had gained access to Georgina's home. So they release CCTV footage of Georgina the day before her death, which shows her holding a handbag, which is now missing, and urge the public for help.
To be honest, most people were pretty appalled anyway, just the fact that an old lady had been murdered without knowing the detail. And generally, everyone was trying to be as helpful as they possibly could.
It was a huge community thing, and they had big things in the village hall. So everyone got together, they all went out searching. Everybody was sort of part of it. Everybody searched, everyone went and looked, and yeah, all together really as a community.
Despite the community's best efforts, Georgina's handbag isn't found. But post-mortem results help police identify the cause of death. Could this lead to clues as to her attacker?
On one level, the death of Georgina Edmonds pathologically is straightforward. She has been struck on the head with a heavy blunt object. Ultimately, it was identified that that was a marble rolling pin. A heavy weapon, a good sort of thing to use to cause damage. But on top of that, you then have the incised wounds, the cuts to the body, inflicted with a degree of deliberation, and you don't really have defensive type injuries. One conclusion that could reasonably be drawn is that if they're not in a place where they are likely to kill you, that they are an act of torture. There is an attempt to distress somebody and extract information.
Police now believe Georgina was tortured before she died.
It was horrific.
Terrible.
And as more details came out about what the guy had done to her, apparently tortured her, I mean, it got worse and worse.
Eventually, it emerged just the horrible scale of the injuries to Georgina that were allied to trying to find out her PIN number for her credit card.
We established about 5 hours after discovering her body that somebody had attempted to use that Cashpoint card at a local ATM. And we feel that they were trying to get the PIN number out of Georgina.
Police trace CCTV from that local Tesco ATM in nearby Eastleigh, only half a mile away from the murder scene, and see someone attempting to take money out.
They attempted to use the machine a couple of times. I think it swallowed up the card and off it went. So we didn't have a facial image of the person using the ATM machine, but we were confident to say it was a man. And in particular, the user of the ATM machine was wearing a thick fluorescent jacket with a hood up. And the person that approached that clearly knew that that camera was there because they took all reasonable steps to avoid being seen, keeping their head down, keeping the hood up, etc.
Despite his face being hidden, detectives now have an image of Georgina's killer, and the search for this person intensifies.
This is probably someone who was local or had local connections with Eastleigh. Have we had any offenders that have been released from prison recently in that area on licence? Have we got any registered sex offenders or violent offenders that are in that area? Luckily for me, the duty detective sergeant happened to know that there was a bail hostel called Elderfield House, which was pretty much at the end of the road from Brambridge leading into Otterbourne Village. It's the sort of place that you wouldn't expect to find in an affluent village like Otterbourne or Brambridge, and there are some unpleasant people there.
Behind those trees is Elderfield.
You can just see the rooftop over there.
These are people that had done time in prison, and after their term was over, they've sent them here.
It's a halfway house, basically.
It's a halfway house.
It was somewhere where they could sort of spend time and sort of rehabilitate and get back into normal life. And they would hang around in groups and get very drunk. And it was not nice. It was quite a bit unsettling.
It is of some concern in that you don't know what's going to happen next.
You would often get some of them escape, or they would then get out and they aren't supposed to be out. Danger, I guess it was described as.
Police questioned the residents of Elderfield to establish their movements on the night of Georgina's murder.
There were 4 people that were unaccounted for that night. I think 3 had come back late. Within 24 hours or so, we declared 4 people as suspects from Elderfield House. And we arrested them, searched their rooms, brought them back to the police station, forensically examined them, and then put them through the interview process.
After hours of questioning, it soon becomes clear to detectives that 3 of the suspects had clear alibis and are released without charge. But the 4th did not return to Elderfield for 24 hours during the night Georgina was murdered. And his clothing is of particular interest to police.
CCTV showed this fluorescent jacket, which was really key. And in our search in Elderfield House, we established that one of the residents who was unaccounted for on the night was wearing a big fluorescent jacket. He had previous convictions for murder or manslaughter. And so he was of particular interest and excitement to the team at that time.
But police are able to verify the 4th man's alibi, and he is released without charge. And with no suspect or clear motive, fear begins to escalate across the local community.
It's unsettling. It's unknown because the police don't tell you exactly what's happening, especially when they say, well, we haven't found him yet, we're still looking out for him, So where is he?
It was quite scary. My family were saying to me, don't go out on your own at night, don't go out to the car park on your own. Definitely makes you change the way you behave, the way you think. For ages, people didn't go to the garden centre. That was really affected by the whole situation, because I just think people thought it was a dangerous area to go to, so they didn't go there.
They were getting more and more concerned and worried that this is someone still here then, is it? Are we to believe that this is a stranger or someone that was passing through, just happened to pick the cottage, just happened to find that the door was open, going there, carry out this terrible crime, and then just drive away and leave the area utterly and completely, and that's it? Or is it more likely that the perpetrator is still here amongst us?
It's been 1 month since much-loved grandma, Georgina Edmonds, was found murdered in her home in Brambridge, and police are yet to charge anyone for the heinous crime.
It was in the media daily, you know, any newspaper stat you saw it was on the news, it was on the radio. We had boards up everywhere, and if you lived in the area as well, you couldn't miss it. Everyone knew what was going on.
I think at the time there was an urgency to get this one done, to get it sorted.
The only sighting detectives have is by a Tesco ATM machine in nearby Eastleigh. And so the investigation to find this man spotted on CCTV escalates.
We knew that Georgina's card had been attempted to be used, then obviously that, for me, becomes an area of concentration for house to house. So we had police patrols in the area, certainly at the Tesco Express. We wanted to capture anyone that was there at the material time, so we obviously pulled the CCTV from the petrol station itself. We could read all the registration numbers of the cars coming in. And then we had the obvious houses sort of adjacent to Tesco Express and then right opposite. And so I decided that we would focus house to house in that area as well, knocking on doors. Again, good old-fashioned detective work.
And it isn't long before one address catches police attention.
There was a raid on a house that wasn't far from where the cash point had been, where the person in the frame had been using the debit card.
There was a particular address not a million miles away from the ATM machine where a man lived up until the point of around about the 11th of January and then disappeared. The inquiries that we did identified that he was Polish and had gone back to Poland. and he may have also had some previous convictions, so I sent a team out to Poland.
Suddenly, the news story goes international.
We had reports that the police had actually gone out to Poland to carry out inquiries.
There was a lot of media interest in this particular case, and then the media were descending on us, and they would put two and two together and come up with murderer fled to Poland and all this. You know, got the community kind of excited, if you like, because they were thinking, oh, great, they finally caught that person.
Police question the Polish man regarding his movements on the night Georgina was murdered. Have they finally found their killer?
He was alibied, and also, I think, through DNA as well, we were able to eliminate him from the inquiry.
With the Polish man in the clear, Hampshire police are back in the UK and back to square one. So they release a clearer version of the CCTV footage to the public and suspect the person is a male aged between 16 and 60 with an estimated height of 5'11". The hunt for this man accelerates to new levels.
We wanted DNA swabs from males matching that description to come forward. Our view was, if you've got nothing to hide, come forward.
You can't force people to do that kind of thing. But what this did, of course, was to add to the suspicion in the community. But they would have come forward because feeling, well, if I don't, then suspicion's going to fall on me. I must admit that, in my experience, I've never come across a mass DNA appeal anywhere that I've worked before. It was certainly turning into something that's, well, a modern-day thriller.
More than 2,000 local men have their DNA swabbed, but there are no immediate results, and the case goes cold. Two and a half years later, and Georgina's killer is still at large. But on the 30th of June, 2010, things take a dramatic turn. An arrest is made. And it's a local man. 31-year-old Matthew Hamlin.
We scrambled to find out who this man is. He's got a history of violence, and, you know, he's not a nice guy to know.
Matthew Hamlin was known to police. He'd been known for drug usage and also violence in the past. He had a off-on relationship with a local girl. In fact, he'd had an argument with her and resulted hitting her with an ironing board, and she moved out of the home. He had quite a bad drug habit at that time, using cocaine, and we understand he also racked up numerous debts as a result of his drug usage. And so that kind of fitted the profile of somebody high on drugs, desperate, and probably not really thinking what they're doing.
You can understand that the police would be interested in him. He used to walk his dog along the riverbank there and would know the area quite well. So he fitted in one of the profiles, shall we say, for the police.
But what exactly led to Matthew's arrest?
One particularly interesting subject came to them with a couple of bits of evidence. The first was that despite he denying that he had been in the area on that particular day and time, his phone records were showing that he actually was there.
This person had a mobile phone, and what we could show was that their phone was bouncing off the same cell mast on the afternoon of the 11th of January.
With Hamlin in custody, police waste no time in recording his every word when his mum visits.
The other thing is I might have an alibi for it as well.
What do you mean?
When they first interviewed me, I ain't got a clue where I was. And Sarah got out her diary and she flipped through, looked at the date, and she said, yeah, you was with me.
I can speak to Sarah.
Yeah. See if she's still going to make that.
I think she was trying to be helpful for him. And I guess, you know, if you think about it, you don't want to think your child is responsible for doing such a grave crime. And so I would imagine she was desperate.
But I haven't spoken to them for ages. I haven't fallen out of them, but I ain't spoken to them. So whether she's still going to say that or not, but I can't remember it. I was off my head all the time. I was drunk. I don't know what I was doing. I don't know where I was 2.5 years ago. I struggle where I was last week.
It was quite clear in that recording that he was trying to manufacture an alibi at that time that would take him out of the area at the material time when Georgina was murdered.
As well as Hamlin's mobile phone pinging on a nearby mast, linking him to the scene, new evidence comes to light, which police believe is even more conclusive.
The other bit was partial DNA that was found on the rolling pin, and also, I believe, on a small part of her clothing. That was a partial match to this particular subject. Putting the two together, and he came right to the top.
Eventually, the scientists were able to show some components of that mixed profile were 2,600 times more likely to be attributable to Matthew Hamlin. We were fairly confident that Hamlin was responsible.
After a manhunt that lasted years, it seems police have finally found their man. And Matthew Hamlin is charged with Georgina's murder. Matthew pleads not guilty, and 10 months later, the trial begins at Winchester Crown Court.
You're nervous, you're excited, you've got the victim's family up in the gallery, your QC opens up the case, you hear what's being said, and you sit back and think, that sounds pretty good. You know, if I'm on the jury, I'd be thinking, guilty.
The prosecution lay out a mountain of evidence against Matthew Hamlin. And after a 3-month trial, the jury returns with its verdict.
When the call came through, I remember the news desk saying to me, it's not guilty. At that moment, it was one of those moments in the newsroom where you get that stunned silence.
They don't happen that often. So when they do, and when it's such an important case like that, you can't really describe it. It's just a punch in the guts, you know. Yes, professionally, you're disappointed for yourself, you know, and your team, but it's the family, you know, you really feel for. And, you know, you do question, could we have done more, you know? Did we have the wrong person, you know? Is there somebody out there that's done this that we haven't caught?
And you think about the community. The community had lived with this for 4 years. They believed that the monster amongst them had been caught and was now going to get his just desserts. And now it wasn't. And according to the court, he's not the monster at all. Well, who is the monster?
Despite a 2.5-year manhunt and becoming Hampshire Constabulary's most expansive investigation, Matthew Hamlin has been acquitted of Georgina Edmonds' murder, leaving her family, the community and the police feeling devastated and in shock.
Well, we're back now to square one. The mystery continues. The courts have cleared him. So who is it? Is it my neighbour? Is it my friend? Is it someone in my family? Is it someone I work with?
You always have to be open-minded, and you have to accept that actually Hamlin didn't do it, and there is someone else out there.
With the case unsolved, the possibility of the killer getting away with murder looms over police.
Are the police looking for anyone else? Is the case closed? And the police were quite adamant that the case remained open, that they were carrying on their investigations.
So obviously we have a debrief. We'll meet with counsel as well. We'll speak with the family. We will conduct a review of that investigation to see if there were anything we missed, anything we could have done, mainly because so lessons can be learned, because once somebody's been acquitted, that's it.
Detectives go back to the drawing board and relook at all the evidence they have collated over the years and examine what went wrong.
We spent millions of pounds on this investigation, the most expensive investigations that Hampshire police have ever run, and the forensic budget was through the roof.
Beforehand, they had looked for his DNA on the marble rolling pin, but graphically there was so much of Georgina Edmonds' blood on that blurred everything, and they got just a partial sample. And then from another small part of her clothing, where again it was a partial sample. I mean, you're asking a jury to put someone away for life on the grounds of circumstantial evidence and also partial DNA. It's too cloudy, and I think juries can then look at it and say, can I actually send a man away for life on evidence here which is not the strongest?
Police spend years looking for new techniques to forensically identify a killer. And they eventually come across a recent form of DNA testing called YSTR, which extracts the male DNA profile from a full DNA profile.
It's a simple process, and it's almost sellotape on clothing and points of the body to remove skin cells. So it's fairly early on in the exhibits that we've taken of the left sleeve of Georgina's blouse, which would have had skin cells on there. And so the decision was taken to look at those skin cells and examine them, because we hadn't done so far. We'd done the waistband, but not the sleeve. And then obviously it went for analysis, number crunching, etc. And it came back with a full male profile.
On Thursday, 30th of October 2014, police make an announcement. They have arrested and charged a suspect for the murder of Georgina Edmonds. As a new trial looms, people want to know, who is in the frame? None other than Matthew Hamlin.
This is incredible. They're going to put him back on trial. It wouldn't have been allowed because double jeopardy meant you could not be tried for the same crime in this country that had only been changed a few years prior to that, which enabled this to actually happen.
Despite the double jeopardy rules changing in 2003 and a new stack of DNA evidence, how did detectives manage to get Hamlin's charge over the line?
It's not an easy thing to do for obvious reasons. The defence argued that it's not new evidence, you had it all along, you just chose not to examine it and find it. But actually, it's not evidence until you've actually turned it into evidence. And that was the ruling of Sir Brian Leveson, who heard at the Court of Appeal, who then quashed the acquittal, and we were able to then go for a retrial.
January 2016, exactly 8 years after Georgina's murder, the second trial of Matthew Hamlin begins at Winchester Crown Court. The prosecution lay out all their evidence once again, including their new secret weapon, the YSTR DNA technique.
We were hoping for a better outcome this time.
It's 1 in 26 million, that DNA, that it's not him.
And when you describe that, you know, there's 26 million to 1 is this person, I think it was a fairly easy decision for the jury to make. Layered on top of that was, obviously, he was a local person, violent background, and obviously the phone was bouncing off the mast at the time.
Despite presenting their new evidence in court, there are many in the community who are unconvinced that Matthew Hamlin is the killer. At the time of the second trial, Matthew is a changed man, leaving behind his days of drug-taking, working full-time as an electrician and raising his family. And after a grueling 6-week trial, the jury retires to consider the verdict.
When you do get to court and the prosecution and the defence have had their say and the judge has summed up, you still get a bit nervous, even though you just know in your heart of hearts that it's a really, really strong case.
So we can't speculate, we can't talk to people about, well, you know, what do you think this time? Do you think he's going to get off a second time?
On the 23rd of February 2016, the jury return with a verdict.
8 years after Georgina Edmonds, aged 77 years, was found dead at her home in Banbridge, Matthew Hamlin has today been found guilty of her brutal murder.
It was just a sense of relief and just great work, and so many people, bear in mind this investigation had gone on for years really, and so many people have got involved in that investigation. But it was just such a nice feeling.
Throughout this entire investigation, We have been absolutely determined to prove beyond reasonable doubt who committed this horrific crime. After the discovery of new evidence and presenting it to the Court of Appeal, we were able to try Matthew Hamlin again for the murder of Georgina Edmonds. The whole prosecution team were determined to find justice for Georgina, and today that has been achieved.
Being stood there, listening to Harry address the media and just say some really nice words about me and my colleagues and Hampshire Police and all the work that we had done to get justice for the family. So yeah, just a great feeling.
The entire team of police officers, police staff, prosecution barristers, forensic scientists and colleagues from the Crown Prosecution Service have been absolutely dedicated to putting together the best possible case that could be put before the court and the jury. Every moment has been worth it to see justice finally served and the killer of Georgina Edmonds behind bars. Thank you.
With Matthew Hamlin finally behind bars, the question that still puzzles the community is why would he want to end the life of Georgina Edmonds so brutally, torturing her before battering her to death?
Who can say, and it's difficult for me to speculate. Well, we know now from the court case, although he's never admitted it, that he was short of money, that he had walked along the riverbank and he had found his way in the cottage, whether that was just by pure chance, whether he had seen her walking her dogs and had known that she was gone there and she was a vulnerable old lady. Sadly, whether he would have known or not, that the door was left open when he went in. He had tortured her to reveal the number for her debit card by stabbing her something like 27 times and then just leave her there, tie her up or something like that. But then it all got, who knows what it is. But I think what we can tell is that he is a pretty evil, nasty guy who will spend 30 years in prison.
And after 8 long years of fear, can normal life return for the local community?
It's so close to reality for us here that, you know, it's traumatic for all of us in the village.
They're vulnerable too. They're so trusting. I know we all felt very, very sorry for her. Yeah, very sorry.
It's Ethan Hunt's toughest choice yet. What's more important, his job or those he cares about most? With out-of-this-world stunts, the BAFTA-nominated Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning is available now on Sky Cinema.
On Sunday, she didn't answer us, and neither on Monday.
The only communication that they had seemingly from her was by text message.
When details started to appear of what had actually happened, it causes a lot of concern, a lot of fear as well.
You could surmise that she'd been strangled or that the cord had actually caused her death.
A lot of the neighbours would have been shocked, but also extremely puzzled as to how this could have happened.
We were suspicious about the lies. It's big lies, you know?
I live every day with the fact that I was friends with a murderer.
At the edge of London lies the village-like suburb of Kew.
Kew is one of the most sought-after areas of London. It's in West London.
Kew is an extremely wealthy area. It's within commuting distance of the City of London, and it's wonderful nature beside the river and the Royal Botanic Gardens.
It's very leafy. It's a very well-to-do kind of area. It's fairly low crime as well. So it's a nice area for people to live in.
There is definitely a villagey feel. We have a very small high street. You will find a lot of independent trades around Kew, which I think that's what people like.
There's a lot of artists and TV celebrities, and of course Sir David Attenborough lives there. It's a world-class site.
Kew was the perfect place for aspiring French filmmaker Laureline Garcia-Bateau to set up home in 2009.
Laureline was my best friend, my close friend. She was like a sister to me. We always be united. We always be in touch. We just developed a friendship, more than a friendship. Our children called her Auntie Lolo, and my daughter has her name. She was family.
She was a vivacious, very popular, well-liked young woman who was beautiful on the inside as well as on the outside. She was easy to like and was a very caring and considerate kind of person.
The future seemed bright for Laureline, and London was the place to help make her career ambitions come true.
She was born in Aix-en-Provence, but she came to London to pursue her dream of becoming a film producer.
Laureline had a lot of passion, but she developed a real passion for cinema. She was a passionate people. She was a determined people. She was a hard worker. She started her own production company. She got a Grammy as a production assistant on a movie with Dame Joan Collins. For us, it was nice and amazing, but I know for England was a dream, and it was a dream.
Despite a successful career, Laureline was happiest at home with her dogs.
Laureline was a dog lover. She loves animals. She had an Instagram of a video every day with her two dogs, Haley, a husky, and Blake, a Rottweiler. Okay, so nice. They sleep on the bed, and we see that on Instagram every day. It's like they're her children for her.
And on top of her busy life in the UK, Laureline stayed in regular contact with her family in France.
Laureline was very close to her family. Oh yes, she used to call her mom every day and maybe twice a day, on the morning and the evening. So the family for Laureline is everything. Family and friends and pets was everything.
In March 2019, Laureline was due to move out of her flat in Kew into a new place. Something friends and family were eagerly waiting to hear about.
On Sunday, she didn't answer us, neither on Monday, and it was already strange.
Certainly raised alarm bells the fact that Laureline had not spoken to her best friend and her mum and her family when she would normally speak to her mum every day and speak to her best friend very regularly as well. So the only communication that they had seemingly from her was by text message.
But there was something unusual about Laureline's texts.
Her friends had received some strange text messages from her that didn't really chime with the kind of person that they knew her to be. For example, her best friend said that she thought it was strange that she said that she was going on a shopping spree in Oxford Street because she knew that she usually shopped online and got all her clothes from online retailers. She'd described how she was looking forward to getting a boob job and liposuction, certainly not the kind of thing that she would have said. So this kind of thing immediately raised alarms, and they were very, very concerned that she just seemed to be communicating by text message, but nobody had seen her.
Confused by Laureline's strange behaviour, her sister-in-law makes her way to the property in Kew.
And when she couldn't find her, she alerted the police.
Laureline was reported missing on the 6th of March 2019, and that means that a police officer would be dispatched to talk to her about her concerns and take a report. The missing persons inquiry started with questions to her sister-in-law and potentially any friends that could be found to say, have you seen her? Can you tell us when you last saw her? And the concern was raised because her sister-in-law had visited the address and she could hear dogs barking, Laureline's dogs, and no sign of Laureline. Laureline was a lover of dogs, so she would never leave her dogs alone. They were her children, essentially, at the time. And also, because it was now Tuesday, Laureline had failed to turn up for work, so work colleagues were now concerned. So you had a lot of people voicing their concern about where Laureline was, and that made it a concern for the police because this was completely out of character and completely unusual behaviour.
Police begin their inquiries by also visiting Laureline's address.
In a missing persons inquiry, police will attend an address, the place where a person lives, because within that premises you might find something to indicate where they've gone. It might be a ticket, it might be a receipt, it could be anything. And also you want to make sure that they haven't come to harm behind locked doors. So there would be a natural instinct for officers to get into that premises, and quite often that's by breaking in to check on the welfare of somebody, and that's what they did in this case. The officers went in, searched the premises, and she was not anywhere. But what officers could see inside that address was the boxes all still ready to be packed.
It looked as if she was just about to move out. Her belongings were all boxed up, ready as if she was about to move out of the flat straight away. So it looked like the home had been disrupted in some way.
Back at the police station, officers assess the risk of Laureline's disappearance.
A missing person is graded low, medium, or high risk, and different things happen at different levels. In the low risk, you've got people who perhaps there's no particular harm that you can think, they might just have gone away, and the concern is quite a low for them. Medium risk, slightly more work is done around that because people are concerned, but it might be within their character to go away for a weekend or something like that. So it's not necessarily out of character. Whereas you have the high risk category, and that's where Laureline sat, because this was completely out of character.
After reviewing the case as high risk, police returned to Laureline's address for a more detailed search.
They went out into the garden using torches. And in the garden, they had a look around and they could see various items leaning up against a fence, so a spade, shovel, other items that you would use in general gardening, and a bag of compost as well on the right-hand fence. And one of the officers then turned attention to the flower bed on the left-hand side as you walked into the garden and noticed that it was completely brand new in one section. The CID officer moved the soil back closest to them and identified what they thought was the shape of a foot sticking out in essentially a shallow grave. And just a few more scrapes to see what was there made them believe that what they had found was indeed a body.
Police searching for missing French filmmaker Laureline Garcia-Berteau have discovered a body buried in her back garden.
As soon as you find a body in a shallow grave in a premises, it becomes a murder inquiry straight away, because that person doesn't put themselves there. And that's when the process of the team start to make their own inquiries, and all the different actions that come out of that initial deployment begin in earnest.
With a murder investigation in progress, police secure the scene.
We had a lot of this area all cordoned off, a lot of crime scene tents here, because as you bring items out of the garden as well, you need to put them somewhere which is forensically sterile. And so we tried to utilise the area out the back of the premises for that reason. So here really behind the house, the alleyway that we used, and trying to set up a forensic retrieval here was quite difficult because the wind was so strong that it was hard. And obviously knowing how detailed you've got to be and how to avoid any contamination because it is windy, and also you're dealing with an outside scene, it's particularly more complex than you would expect an inner scene to be.
Arrival on scene, having been called by the homicide assessment team, usually, and we'll receive a briefing from the local borough police about what the incident involves and why it may be suspicious. Once we've had a briefing, we'll be wearing protective clothing, mask, overshoes, gloves, scene suit, and entering the scene to look for to see what has occurred.
The crime scene manager is in charge of that scene forensically, whether they be physical exhibits that are taken out of a premises or whether they are swabs or fingerprints. They're in charge of running that scene.
The recovery of the body is totally down to the archaeologist, and he'll work in tandem with an anthropologist. Their speciality is bone analysis, who died, how they died and where they died. Working together, they can rapidly maximise the recording, interpretation and recovery of the body.
As the team removes several inches of soil, it becomes clear that the individual is in fact female.
Obviously, your first thought is, well, Laureline Garcia Bartu is missing, and we have a body in the garden, and it's suspicious that she's missing. So, obviously, my thought is straight away, well, this is probably going to be Laureline. But you don't go to a family with probablys. You have to be sure.
As forensic archaeologists continue digging, the level of brutality on the victim becomes clear.
Once the body was removed from the ground, she was lying on her back, naked. She was wrapped in a mattress, and there was silver duct tape around the area of where the knees and the neck were. The mattress was then wrapped in a cord around the middle of it, but around her neck she had an electric wire. She had a head bag on, and her arms were tied behind her back with duct tape. You could surmise that she'd been strangled, or that the cord had actually caused her death. You couldn't see the rest of the body to determine what else was there. She may have been stabbed, for all we know, but that wouldn't be able to be looked at until we got to the mortuary.
As the body is taken to the mortuary to establish a cause of death and identify the victim, news of a murder spreads.
For a young woman's body to be dug up in a garden in Kew, it would have been, almost unheard of in a neighbourhood like that. A lot of the neighbours would have been shocked, but also extremely puzzled as to how this could have happened.
I haven't ever heard of a murder in Kew.
It's quite shocking to hear a murder in Kew. It's not normally norms of anything.
When details started to appear of what had happened, people become very concerned about, something that's happening in your neighbourhood. It causes a lot of concern, a lot of fear as well.
At the mortuary, the post-mortem gets underway.
Once the body arrives for the post-mortem, he would look at both sides of the body for any bruising, any wounds, anything that stands out to him. There was no obvious bruising around the neck. But once you get the body opened up and get under the skin, then the bruising can be seen. Be checking the hyoid bone, the bone under the neck, see if it's fractured, and then it results in the conclusion that death had been compression of the neck, believed via strangulation.
With a cause of death established, it isn't long before the individual is identified as none other than Laureline Garcia-Berteau.
I was in my car alone, and I just remember that it was Laureline's mother I had on phone. So I just say the word, is it her? Is she dead? And I hung up. I remember I screamed. I never screamed like that. It's taken a part of me. She was like my little sister, you know? It's taken a part of me.
The investigation into Laureline's murder ramps up and initial theories are considered. Could this be a burglary gone wrong?
It's a very attractive area for a burglar because there's a lot of assets there.
So if someone's forced their way into the address and killed somebody, and then that person has disappeared, we need to identify them as soon as we can. So we'll be looking to make a light source examination, any finger marks that not seen to the naked eye. Fingerprint examination. We're looking for any DNA that we can find, possibly cigarette ends. Things have been moved by the suspect. He may have opened drawers, cupboards, so we're looking to examine those DNA. He may have cut himself somewhere, so it may have drops of blood that is left behind.
But a closer examination begins to cast doubts on a suspected burglary.
If it had been a burglary gone wrong, you wouldn't expect them to hang around and attempt to hide the body in the way that it had been.
Police take into consideration Laureline's plans to move home around the time of her murder.
Could the movers have been involved? Could it have been a handyman that had, come round and helped box up her belongings?
After making their inquiries, police discover that no removal firm had attended the address. So focus switches to Laureline's personal life.
Certainly from her communication with her friends, it was suggested that when she'd last spoken to her sister-in-law, she was looking forward to going on a date with a vet that she'd met. But it was very unclear whether that date had actually taken place or who he was, even. There was very little information given. Who had she been talking to online, on dating apps? Maybe she met somebody else. That was certainly something that could be unravelled through looking into her mobile phone and computer.
Police decide to try to look into Laureline's last movements to see if they hold any clues.
You look at things like Laureline's finance, so where has she spent money? Which indicates that she might have been to a certain place, like a restaurant, which we found out on Friday the 1st, she'd been to a restaurant, and then that venue itself has CCTV.
The CCTV shows Laureline dining with a man, with the pair holding hands. And inquiries with those closest to Laureline soon identifies him.
Laureline was in a on-off relationship for quite a number of years with a man called Kirill Belarusov. And this relationship had been going on for 8+ years, but had kind of fizzled out a couple of years beforehand, but they still saw each other on and off. And so they were aware that Kirill was in the UK as an Estonian national, in the UK to come and help her move that weekend.
Police continue to scour CCTV around the area. Both are later seen on bus CCTV, heading in the direction towards Laureline's home in Kew. It seems Kirill may have been one of the last people to see Laureline alive. But when police try to locate him, they find they are too late.
They had discovered that Kirill was actually no longer in the UK. He had flown to Tallinn in Estonia.
Belarusov has left the country.
Police investigating the murder of Laureline Garcia-Berteau want to speak to her ex-lover, Kirill Belarusov, as he may have been one of the last people to see her. But police discover that he has left the country.
The CID officers got in contact with Kirill Belarusov via a telephone number they had for him, which was given to them by the family. And they made contact straight away. He behaved like he didn't know what had happened, and the last time he saw her, she was alive.
Kirill tells police he was helping Laureline move on the Saturday, before she left Kew to move to a new address. But when asked further about this last encounter with Laureline, he doesn't give clear answers.
He was being obstructive, in our opinion. He kept avoiding the question. I wanted him back in the country because I wanted to speak to him face to face. But he kept making excuses why he wasn't coming back, or saying, yes, I'm just going to sort it out, and then nothing would happen. He could do everything he could to come back. He was saying he'd be back on one day. That day would go past. We'd ring him and he'd say, I couldn't make it. I'm going to do another day. And this just kept pushing back and pushing back. And you get to a point where you think, well, that's enough. I know he's trying to avoid him coming back.
I think the fact that Belarusov is not keen to help the police in their inquiries, considering that Laureline had been his partner for the best part of 10 years, is extremely suspicious. And the fact that he left the country around the time of her disappearance as well would have raised alarm bells.
Kirill Belarusov soon became the #1 suspect in the inquiry.
But with Kirill refusing to come back, police need to apply for an extradition order.
The police have a fairly complicated process to get someone back from another country. The British police can apply for a European arrest warrant, which is what they did. So they applied to get Belarusov back from Estonia, where he was at the time.
But for the Crown Prosecution Service to agree, the police need to prove they have enough of a case against Kirill.
When you get a European arrest warrant, as this was, when you bring them back into the country, you have no power to interview them. So you have to do everything without asking them a question, which is very, very difficult because you're not giving, firstly, someone the ability to explain, but also you have to reach that threshold of evidence, which means that as soon as they set foot back in this country, you can charge them straight away with the murder.
With police needing to build a firm case against Kirill, they start to dig into his life.
I met Kirill whilst working in a nightclub. It was called Egg, and we started working together, and that's how we met. Kirill was very charming. He was very nice. He was not, arrogant or trying to tell his side of the story. He was always waiting for you to ask a question before bragging or saying anything. Kirill told me about Laureline when we met. He didn't say her name, but he mentioned that he had an ex-girlfriend that he was really in love with, and that they broke up.
But Sabrina recalls how Kirill later spoke in more detail about his and Laureline's relationship and claimed she had cheated on him.
He mentioned that he'd had cancer before and that he couldn't have babies anymore, and that one time his ex fell pregnant and she didn't know that he couldn't have babies, and that's how he found out that she cheated, and that's how the relationship ended. He would always say that it was his fault and that she was very caring and that it was hard on her, the fact that he had cancer. So he wasn't blaming her, but he was saying that's how they ended it.
Sabrina remembers the last time she saw Kirill before he left the UK for his home country of Estonia.
The last time I saw Kirill, he told me before that he was going to die, that his cancer was terminal, and that was the last time I was ever going to see him. He said he sold his house, I'm about to die, let's go dinner. And I went to that restaurant crying. I cried most of the night saying, I'm going to lose my friends.
With police still unable to question Kirill to see if his account of his illness is true, they turned to Laureline's finances to try to establish her whereabouts the weekend of her murder.
Through continued interrogation of finances, we see that on Saturday, round about 10:15 in the morning, that there are transactions in Pets at Home and Sainsbury's, all local to where Laureline lived. So again, officers are there as quickly as possible to identify CCTV opportunities. And there you see Kirill Belarusov with Laureline again. So now we know he's with her in the morning.
At a glance, all appears to be fine. But when police look at Laureline's finances a day later on the Sunday, there appears to be no sign of any purchases. Instead, they look into Kirill's finances.
So we start to look at transactions that Kirill might have made as well. And what you could see on Sunday the 3rd of March was Kirill had left premises and had gone to a local retail park, similar to where Laureline and he had been the day before. He'd been to Sainsbury's, been to Homebase, and been to convenience stores through that morning, and was purchasing items which were highly suspicious. They were the rubble sacks that matched the rubble sacks that were found on Laureline's body. He had purchased an axe, which we never found, and he had purchased soil, or compost as it was. And you could see the CCTV of him, identifying him clearly as the person purchasing those items. And so you could say straight away then that it's very, very clear what he was up to. That was now that Laureline had been killed, and he was thinking of ways to dispose of her body.
With Kirill's behaviour raising suspicions, police approached the CPS.
We had to go to the Crown Prosecution Service and prove what we had, using all of the information we had: CCTV, finance, witness statements, the crime scene itself, the condition of Laureline's body. And that was something which is very, very difficult, but we were able to prove at that point that we had enough evidence to secure an arrest of Kirill Belarusov. And that gives you the ability to get a European arrest warrant and bring them back. He was brought back on the 20th of March and charged with the murder of Laureline. Kirill Belarusov will go to court the following day, to a magistrate's court, where, because it's murder, they send it to the Crown Court, and then he's due to enter a plea some 8 weeks later. And that plea is not guilty. So we knew at that point we are going to trial with him at some stage in 2019.
And as the case is prepared for trial, potential witnesses are called in by the police and prosecution.
The police called me saying, we want to talk to you about your friend Kirill, and I thought they were calling me to say that he was dead. They told me he's been arrested, he's killed someone. I was in shock. I was like, are you sure that it is the right person? And they said, yes. You don't murder, you don't think that you knew a murderer?
Kirill Belarusov has been charged with the murder of his ex-partner, Laureline Garcia-Berteau. The trial begins at the Old Bailey in London, and the prosecution open their case against Kirill with DNA evidence from the crime scene.
The flex that was used to tie Laureline's hands behind her back, you could see that flex on the floor in the living room where it had been cut. And indeed, the forensic testing showed that Kirill Belarusov's DNA was at the cut part of that flex.
The jury hears of the early relationship between Laureline and Kirill.
At the beginning, she called him my Superman. He's tall, very helpful, especially with women, you know. He came to spend a few days with Laureline at my home. He ate at my parents' table. He was a Superman, a good boy.
And Kirill had even boasted of his career achievements to Laureline.
He had told people he was a stuntman and that he'd worked on films with famous people like Brad Pitt, and that he was training people. We searched in the industries at Hollywood, and we searched in the UK IMDb to see where was he in these films, and they're always shown if you work on there. He was nowhere to be found. These were all complete and utter lies that he told everybody.
But the lies did not stop there.
He began to say to lots of people that he was sick and that he had 10 years left to live.
He didn't talk much about his cancer. You would ask him questions and he would say, I'm bleeding from every hole. I've been puking for the last 3 days. I think it's just once where I said, if you don't mind me asking, what is the cancer? Where is it? And he said, oh, it's the pancreas, it's the liver area. And then the time after he would be like, oh, it's spread everywhere. But he would never give any more details. He'd just say, I'm a guinea pig. They've opened me up and stitched me. They keep on opening me up. But he wasn't very specific.
Laureline's mother, friend, and I found it very strange because he has nothing in front of us. When we saw Kirill, my wedding day or for a holiday, we can't imagine he's sick.
I've never known someone who had cancer. So when I saw him with a shaved head, I didn't question it. I didn't think he still had eyebrows. And I didn't know that you lose your eyebrows when you have chemo.
We were suspicious about the lies. It's big lies, you know? We were suspicious. We tell that to Laureline. We explained to her to open her eyes, but she was in love.
And we were discovering that almost all of his entire life that he told people about was a complete lie. Saying you've got cancer when you don't have, for me, is the lowest of the low.
The prosecution also reveals to the court more about Kirill's double life.
Every time he suggested he was going in for treatment to a hospital in London or just outside of London, what he was actually doing was going to stay with another girlfriend in London. That girlfriend also was told the same lie by him, that he had cancer. So when he was not with her and saying that he was away for a few days, he was going to stay with Laureline.
It's only when I sat down in court that I realized that he was texting the three of us at the same time, his girlfriend, Laureline, and me. So it was really like juggling between the three of us. With me, he was supposed to be in Russia having treatment, and then he was actually in London seeing Laureline, talking to Laureline. I felt like a fool. I felt so stupid. It was so shocking.
The prosecution described that as Laureline's film career began to take off, Kirill may have looked towards her with envy.
He wanted a career in films as well, to a certain extent. He wanted to be a stuntman, but he wasn't, and he couldn't have been because he didn't have the skills to do that. His only skill was lying, whereas she was genuinely talented, and she was very, very hardworking, and she was prepared to earn her place in her chosen career. So I think there probably was an element of jealousy in the relationship.
But it's details of a debt owed to Laureline which could point towards a motive for murder.
She had given him so much money over the course of their relationship, and we knew you were talking plus £17,000 at least at that point. And that was getting to the point where he had to pay that money back. In November 2018, Laureline had sent a message to Kirill, and this was saying, you don't realise how much in debt, how much in trouble I am. I can't pay my rent. You need to pay me the money back. And from friends and family, we would always hear stories where he would promise this money. It's coming, I've got this job, this stuntman job, whatever it might be, which was all lies. So he knew he could never pay that back. That could be one motive. Secondly, she was at that point in her life now where she was ready to move on, away from him. And she was effectively a source of income for him as well. And that was about to dry up.
To the court's surprise, Kirill gives evidence.
I think the most shocking about the trial was himself. He took the stand and spoke, and it was just, I think it lasted 2 days, and it was 2 days of horror. Every word that was coming out of his mouth was horrible. The way he talked about me, the way he talked about Laureline, the way he saw himself, the arrogance in his voice. I remember sitting down terrified because I had been so close to him and just thinking, that man is a monster. It was traumatizing.
I always think about the people over the years that have been in front of you in a trial, and he's probably right up there as the most evil-looking eyes I think I've ever seen. And because behind it you can see that he really doesn't care. You know, his image and what he's portrayed himself as is more important than anything else. And he was really, really unpleasant and arrogant beyond belief during the entire 4-week trial at the Old Bailey.
The court hears how in March 2019, Laureline begged Kirill one last time to pay back what was owed to her. But instead, he used this opportunity to kill Laureline.
You have the timeline of them going out on the Friday night, which we can see. We have the timeline of them going shopping on Saturday morning. She had booked a removal company ready for Saturday, but she didn't know where she was moving to because Kirill Belarusov had said he has found somewhere for her to move to. She had no money because he owed her a lot of money. She kept asking him, where am I going? And you could see that through telephone contact. Well, where is this address? I need to tell my removal company where we're going. And so the removal company basically said, well, I can't move you to nowhere. So it was all cancelled. Kirill Belarusov comes up with a new lie. This is, he's organised a removal company for her.
But the removal company never came.
And you get to the point then where Laureline is panicking because she doesn't know where she's going, and she's clearly getting to that point in the evening where on that Saturday she's starting to disbelieve what he's saying. And that's when everything goes quiet.
It's at this point that Kirill strangled Laureline with a cord. And the following morning, he was seen in local shops purchasing suspicious items.
Kirill had been out and bought these items on the Sunday morning, which were used to cover the body of Laureline.
After returning to Laureline's home to bury her body, Kirill used her phone to send fake texts to Laureline's friends and family to buy some time.
He foolishly used Google Translate to try and reply to the family members in French, and obviously it's not going to sound very credible. It's not going to sound like Laureline, not the words that she would use, and the translation was extremely clunky, so it was immediately quite suspicious.
And at the time that those messages were being sent, he was using the Wi-Fi of the address itself. So that puts him inside the address using her phone. Sickeningly looking at pornography at the same time he's sending these messages, knowing full well that in that house is Laureline's body. And that really shows you what kind of person he is. It's very difficult to comprehend a person who has that kind of personality, that very strange and almost psychotic personality.
By the time concerned family and friends of Laureline get in touch with Kirill about her disappearance, he's leaving the country for Estonia.
I put my phone with video with him. I saw that he was in the airport. So I asked him, you are in the airport and your lovely Lowline is missing. Why are you leaving? He has no explanation, but he leaves.
After a grueling trial at the Old Bailey, the jury returns its verdict. Kirill Belarusov is found guilty of murder and is sentenced to 24 years in prison.
About the verdict, we can't say that we are happy because our friend will never come again. But we are grateful for the jury and the judge to having seen him the real way he is and to not allow him to do that again to another woman.
But even with Loreline's killer behind bars, the impact of his crimes are long-lasting.
Today, we are more mistrusting. Today, when my friend meets a man, I want to know everything. I want to know where she is, the address. It changed all of our lives.
This entire story definitely had an effect on me. He destroyed so many lives, not just Laureline's. So many people that have been touched by his lies, so many people that believed he was such a nice person. And I think we were all a bit destroyed because we were all fooled and none of us saw anything. And if just one of us saw something, she could still be alive.
When a routine call to a house fire turns into the biggest murder investigation in Welsh history, you know you're in for a chilling ride. New Murder in the Valleys starts Wednesday at 9.
When you hear there's a murder, it can frighten people.
I was so shocked that something like that would happen in a lovely village like this.
They seemed to be happy with each other, everyone loved her, and she got along with everyone.
There were concerns about their welfare. The alarm bells were raised.
They had heard things happening, shouting, fights.
It was weird. It's as if he was trying to tell us something.
He went off on what can only be described as a drink and drugs binge. Ultimately, it led to the tragic death of a lovely, caring wife.
Lovely woman who was taken away from us by a horrible, sadistic man.
Situated in the stunning rolling wolds of North Lincolnshire lies the peaceful village of Werleby.
I've lived in Werleby for 48 years. It's a really nice, quiet village. Everybody seems to know everybody. We get on really well.
Last year, we won the Best Kept Village. It's a nice little village, plenty of activities, plenty going on. It's so quiet, it's a little rural idyll, if you like. It's like going back in time living here. There's very little crime, it's beautiful, and it's a wonderful place to live for young families or retired people, and we've got all of them here.
Friendly community, everybody seemed like pretty much okay, you know.
There's a lot of people who help each other, so there is quite a lot of good community atmosphere.
And it is a lovely place to live. It's really nice.
So it's the ideal place for Ian Hamer and wife Joanne to set up home.
We're fairly new to the village. I think they've only been here about 5 years in total.
I think I met her once. She seemed a really nice lady.
Joanne in particular seems to throw herself into village life.
Joanne was liked by everyone on the road. Outgoing, always out on the streets, speaking to each other. Ian, you would never see. He would be in his home quite a lot. Joanne, complete opposite. Everyone loved her, a really welcoming woman, and she got along with everyone. And so people wanted to open up to her, and that's why I think she quickly integrated into Worthy and loved living there.
Joanne also has a successful career at the local council where she manages their healthy lifestyle service. After 6 years there, she's risen to become the public face of their healthy living campaigns.
She was quite a bright, some would say brilliant person who had a quite substantial job working with the local authority and really independently minded in some respects.
Just a lovely woman who did wonders for the council. Everyone loved her at the council, and no one had a bad word to say about her.
Ian Hamer, Joanne's husband of 27 years, works as a self-employed business consultant.
He worked in many businesses and earning money here and there, and to sustain a reasonable living, you know. He had a nice place in Worlby, quite an expensive area to live in, so he must have been doing okay in his profession, I guess. They seemed to be happy with each other. Friends and family said that there was a good couple for the large part. Married a long time, nice family, 3 kids. It was all seemingly going well.
But what seems like an idyllic life is about to change.
Humberside Police, what's your emergency?
Humberside Police are called after Joanne fails to turn up for work. Her elderly mother has also been trying to reach her, to no avail.
They did speak most days, if not every day, because her mother was very ill as well. And Joanne used to help to look after her. And that raised sufficient concern for her to ring the police.
There were concerns about her welfare. The alarm bells were raised.
And a concern for welfare incident was generated, which resulted in the police attending.
Police make their way over to the family home. When they knock on the door, there's no answer. So the officers break in. When they search through the house, nothing could prepare police for what they find in the master bedroom. Joanne Hamer's lying lifeless on her bed.
Medical professionals will have been called immediately. You know, monitors would have been placed on to see if there's any signs of heart trace or anything. Any chance whatsoever that resuscitation could take place.
They had discovered she was dead. It's apparent she'd been killed from the scene, the way she was left. And there was blood at the scene as well.
Joanne had been strangled by her dressing gown cord.
That's when we're looking at securing evidence within that scene.
Teams of police descend on Worleby. The quiet village has never seen anything like it.
When I came back from work, there was police cars, vans, and I'm saying, what's going on? What on earth's all the police doing here? Something happened, and then when I got home and my daughter texted me and said she'd seen it, that there'd been a murder. I just couldn't believe it. I was so shocked that something like that would happen in a lovely village like this. You don't expect it.
As word spreads fast through the neighbourhood, the local newspaper gets wind of an incident in Worleby. Reporter Charlie Wilson heads to the scene.
So you're like, OK, we've got a big story. Let's get there first. Let's be quick. Let's be first. So we got down there. We were the first people there. Very quickly, it was evident this could be a very serious, scary incident. I've never reported on a murder before. That's the first time that's happened to me. So it was a case of doing it really delicately, respectfully, and just trying to build up what had happened, really.
Soon, the news is spreading beyond the boundaries of the village.
Maybe an hour later, you get the likes of ITV, BBC, Sky coming down, and that's when it was like, whoa, okay, people out on the road, like, wondering what's going on. Yeah, everyone was shocked to see the amount of media attention.
You just don't get this sort of thing in these sort of villages.
Yeah, I was quite shocked, really. You would never think that something would happen in a small community like this. I couldn't believe it.
Everybody was shocked. It didn't seem right. Something like that would happen here. You hear about it in cities, but in a little quiet Lincolnshire village, you just don't expect it at all.
Joanne's family are left devastated by the news, and her colleagues at work are also reeling.
Truly sad. I spoke to a few of them. They were just in pieces. Of course they would be. Their colleague who they loved dearly, and they really did love her. It was tough for them. It was very tough.
And it dawns on Joe's village that there's a killer living in their midst.
I think some people were a little bit upset. They were locking the doors a bit more quickly.
I think the first reaction is alarm, because when you hear there's a murder but you don't know the circumstances, and it can frighten people into thinking we've got a killer at large who's going to cause more trouble. You're quite fearful about what it could mean and what the implications for the future are.
It was very awful to hear that it had happened in our village. It's frightening. It really is.
With fear spreading quickly throughout the village, Humberside Police needs to work fast to establish who committed this horrendous crime. And first, they look at Joanne's home life.
This marriage on the surface, to all intents and purposes, would have looked like a stable, normal marriage without too many problems. The reality was quite different.
What I heard was that their marriage wasn't great by the people on the road who lived there, because they had heard things happening, let's just say, whether it be shouting, fights.
It turns out Joanne and Ian had recently had a trial separation, but then Joanne decided to return to the family home.
Joanne Hamer had sought to see if she could give the relationship one last chance. This was part of her trying to make the relationship work.
This new information puts husband Ian in a new light.
Maybe Joanne tried to keep certain things to herself to hide what was really going on at the home to save her marriage.
With Ian Hamer nowhere to be seen, police suspicions are starting to build.
We do know in this particular case that a neighbour had reported an argument in the morning between them.
I spoke to the woman who heard the incident around 4 o'clock in the morning, around that time. She had heard screams, shouts for help.
And then the argument ceased.
Police launch an urgent public appeal to help them find Joanne's husband. They need to track down Ian Hamer, and fast. In the quiet Lincolnshire village of Werleby, police have launched a murder hunt. Mother of 3, Joanne Hamer, has been found strangled in her bed. Husband Ian has mysteriously disappeared since a row reported by neighbours in the early hours of the morning. And this doesn't seem to be the first either.
I guess people on the road had heard these things where it really went bad, to say the least. None of the neighbours who I spoke to liked him at all.
With Ian Hamer now under suspicion, Humberside Police make an urgent appeal for his whereabouts. They release the details of his car, a white BMW 5 Series. They also warn the public not to approach him.
Once a decision had been made by the senior investigating officer that Ian Hamer was a suspect, for this crime, then a manhunt would have taken place. They don't know at the moment where he is, but there would be certain fast-track actions raised to secure his arrest. You know, checks with family and friends. Where does he usually go to? Where does he work? Checks with hospitals as well. If he's got a mobile phone, has he made any calls? We may be able to cell site to where he's located and instigate an area search. He's clearly got use of a vehicle in this case. So, you know, we've been putting the vehicle details onto the automatic number plate recognition, the ANPR system. And as soon as that vehicle passes an ANPR camera, then that will send an alert to the police. All these inquiries made to trace and arrest Ian Hamer.
He plainly was the last person with her and had disappeared from the scene. So the investigation then was focusing on building that picture around what had happened between them. And then going further back, what had happened between them, not just on that night, but also in the period leading up to this.
Detectives put Ian Hamer under the microscope.
The picture that emerged from witnesses was of somebody who was supremely self-assured, self-confident, and superficially was, or at least on the face of it, was somebody who was quite engaging and interesting. But those same people always spoke about, the more they got to know him, there appeared to be another side to him. And they also described how, over time, he could present as being very self-interested and, I suppose, conceited. So there was somebody who could, when he wanted to present in a way which was superficially attractive, but the more people got to know him, there was to him which was unattractive in terms of him being controlling, perhaps aggressive.
And after speaking to Joanne's family and friends, it turns out Hamer has a checkered history.
There have been a number of previous reports made indicating domestic violence. You know, he was reported to have ripped up her wedding dress.
There's reports of him tearing up a teddy bear, which was sentimental to her.
You know, this is really significant in a case such as this.
The police had been called out on many occasions, but as is so often the case, they weren't really ever progressed. Part of that was because of the approach of the family to try and manage what was happening within the family. The personality of Joanne Hamer was, tragically, to try and make it work at all times.
When you're married to someone for so long, you want to, make things work. And she shouldn't be thought of wrongly for that, for wanting to make her marriage with her husband of 27 years and 3 children work. It's just that he was so far gone and so far twisted.
There are a number of occasions where she left him, but he managed to persuade her to come back. And I've investigated, sadly, domestic homicides where controlling and abusive husbands have tried to isolate their wives, and we know that Hamer did this and, dissuading her from contact with family and friends.
In 2013, police discover this came to a head when Ian Hamer started divorce proceedings, blaming the involvement of Joanne's mother in their relationship.
So, he was antagonistic towards his wife's relationship with her own mother. So he was all about controlling and being abusive towards his wife and driving a wedge between her and family and friends. And it just shows this controlling and coercive and bullying and domineering nature of Ian Hamer towards his wife within that relationship. And that isn't uncommon in domestic homicide cases, sadly.
It seems the couple reconciled, but then in 2017, things take another turn for the worse. Ian Hamer starts accusing his wife of having affairs. Police analysis of Joanne's smartphone reveals something even more sinister. Around this time, Hamer hacked into his wife's handset so he could track her every move.
He would apparently follow her to work, follow her on nights out with friends, monitor her phone on where she was going, where she was at, wouldn't let her do certain things, apparently, wear certain things, and she was a bit closed off.
This is how obsessive he was about his wife and his jealousy and his thought processes, that he wanted to accuse her of extramarital affairs.
And a probe of the couple's bank accounts shows Ian's disturbingly tight grip over her purse strings.
He was keeping money from her, basically, like, I guess sort of giving her an allowance of what to spend and what she could do, and wouldn't let her go out at certain times. All the bearings of, you know, a toxic, horrible relationship. Obviously, she felt trapped. She felt like she needed to get out, and she tried to do that. He wouldn't let her.
In the weeks before her death, Joanne had moved out and was considering buying a property. But she was persuaded by Ian to return, 2 days before her murder. It was on this day, the 4th of May, that police background checks reveal a disturbing incident. Ian Hamer had been arrested for drink driving.
As well as being controlling and abusive towards his wife, he seemed to be losing control of his own life in some respects. He was drinking more heavily. So there's a clear pattern there of his own destructive behaviour escalating within himself, and particularly abusing alcohol as part of that process.
Investigators discover it's not only drink that's fueling Hamer's abusive behaviour.
He had a cocaine problem that had become prevalent in his life over the last 2 or 3 years, and that became worse and worse and worse. When he picked up this addiction, maybe his personality changed because of that, and his health, mental and physical, deteriorated.
Businessman Ian Hamer's respectable lifestyle is now questionable. And when they learn what he did in the hours following the estimated time of Joanne's murder, they're convinced they have the right man. Soon after that last blazing row reported by neighbours, Joanne's mother said she had an unsettling phone call with her son-in-law.
When family members tried to contact her the following morning, he told them that Joanne Hamer couldn't speak to them because she was unwell, and as he framed it, she had a sore throat.
Chillingly, police believe Joanne was already dead when Hamer made that calculating comment.
Just, like, sick. Like, strangle her, and then you got to tell her mum that she can't come because she's got a bad throat. Like, sadistic. Like, horrible. When you hear that, it's just like, I don't know what to say. Horrible.
And it appears Hamer used the same story again.
His son had attended at the marital home at a time when Joanne Hamer was probably dead, and that's when he first introduced that concept of her having a sore throat when he knew she'd been strangled and she was probably dead.
He also told his son as well when he was at the house to go and buy some lozenges because his mother was sleeping, she had a bad throat, knowing full well that he'd strangled her, which now we know what happened, was particularly chilling in this case. To say that she'd got a bad throat, I mean, how callous is that?
And therefore the question is, whether was that him being cruel or was it him buying time?
This cunning ploy tells police they have a calculating killer on the run, who wants to stay one step ahead of them. But it's only a matter of time before a false move by Hamer would reveal where he's hiding. Worleby, North Lincolnshire. Murder suspect Ian Hamer is on the run after his wife Joanne is found strangled in their bedroom.
And this is a man who, at this point, everyone in the area is looking for and knows that, okay, this is a manhunt.
As police cast their search net wider, reporters like Charlie Wilson are on the ground looking for leads. Suddenly, that morning, there's word from nearby Barton-upon-Humber.
We heard news that there might be an incident in Barton where he might be. And so we went to Barton and then heard he was seen near a pub.
Barton is about 8 miles away, and it's quite big, quite a lot of people, so it's the obvious place to go. You've got the Humber Bridge. From the Humber Bridge, you've got the whole of Yorkshire to go into and disappear. It would be a logical place to go.
A resident next to one of the town's car parks spots a man behaving erratically.
He was basically swaying around in the car park, making noise, acting strange.
Not realising it's Humberside Police's most wanted, Ian Hamer, the woman calls 999 to report a disturbance.
I think she reported that he was on Spice and shouting. Obviously, he was actually drunk, intoxicated, on whatever he was on. He would wander around the car park, shout.
A lone patrol officer heads to the car park to move this wild drunkard on.
Police basically just found a man shouting and being strange and realised this is Ian Hamer. Arrested him straight away.
The officer single-handedly tackles Hamer to the floor, then restrains him whilst he radios for assistance.
I have to say the actions of the officer that arrested him were exemplary, you know, real bravery shown in tackling this individual. And when he was arrested, you know, he actually had to detain him. This is a rural force. It's not an inner-city force with the same number of resources.
Meanwhile, roving reporter Charlie Wilson is close by. Suddenly, he's alerted to the breaking news.
A woman sent me a picture of a man on the floor being sat on by a police officer. Okay, that's our man. So we know exactly where it is. I'm actually at a shop getting a drink of Lucozade. Run around with my Lucozade in hand. So I arrive at the scene. Ian Hamer is being sat on by a lone police officer, waiting for his fellow officers to come. So to come round the corner and see a police officer sat on who we believe is Ian Hamer was just wild, yeah.
After struggling to contain Hamer for nearly 5 minutes alone, backup finally arrives for the officer.
They must have came, got half a second after I came round the corner, and then police swarmed on him, got him away, and sort of like ushered us away. Clearly intoxicated, drunk or drugs or both, not in his right frame of mind, in the clothes that he was wearing the night before. We get him up, handcuff him, escort him to the back of the van.
Meanwhile, news of an arrest for Joanne's murder filters back to her village of Werleby. Residents can now breathe a sigh of relief.
I was just pleased he'd been caught for the crime, but to then find out that it was her husband, it was a real shock.
Detectives start to piece together what Hamer's been up to in the last 24 hours since fleeing the murder scene.
He went off on what can only be described as a drink and drugs binge. We know that from the inquiries that were made. Laughing and joking, you know, certainly no signs of remorse or distress.
Bar owner Pauline Dickinson had reported serving Ian Hamer. But when he arrived on her premises, she had no idea he was on the run.
He came in the pub around 5:30, never seen him before, asked for a pint of Carling. He got his pint of Carling and went and sat down out the way of everybody.
Next, Hamer returns to the bar and starts to hit the spirits. Soon the conversation heads in a strange and unsettling direction.
Put the tequila on the bar and he literally looked either side of himself, leant over the bar and said to me, why did the Mexican push his wife off the cliff? So I did the same as he did, looked either side and said, to kill her? He went, no, you know it. I said, yeah, I do. He paid for his drinks, went and sat down. He came back to the bar 10, 15 minutes later and stood there.
Then Pauline clocked something sinister.
He hid his arm behind, but I'd already seen that he'd got scratches. I don't know which way, it was just you could see scratches on his wrist. One of my customers noticed the scratches as well and went, oh, he's one of those who's been harming. One of my customers said to him, hey up mate, what are you doing in here? Are you from here? He says, no, he said, I'm not from here. I'm just going through a breakup with my wife. So he went, oh, right, sorry to hear that, mate. He went, yeah, she's taken me for all my money. So he says, don't be sad. He said, have another drink. So one of the customers bought him a drink.
Over the next few hours, Hamer knocks back the drinks, laughing and joking with the regulars.
So he did about 2 more jokes to the point where the customer said, no wonder your wife left you. If you've got jokes like that, he went, that's maybe why she's gone then.
Quite significantly as well, he was seen to take his wedding ring off. So he knows what's happened. He knows that his wife's dead. So, you know, that's quite a significant gesture. And that was done, you know, merely hours after he'd actually killed his wife. And it just shows the kind of individual that he is.
Some of the pub regulars seem unsettled by this customer they've never seen before, who has struck up conversation with another man at the bar.
My 2 regulars, they finished their drinks. I went, right, you 2 go in. I went, no, we're not going. Says, why? We're not leaving you with them 2. We don't know the other guys, so we're not leaving you with them. I went, oh, don't be daft. What are these 2 going to do to me? I'll soon have them out the door, don't worry. So they went, no, we're staying. So they stayed.
Soon the bar's regulars saw glimpses of another side to their joking acquaintance, who's going by a false name, Sebastian.
So we played pool against one of my regulars, who is a really good player. And during the game, there was banter going on. But right at the end, when the customer knew he was going to win, he picked up the broom that I'd got out ready to clean up and potted Black with the broom. Which Sebastian said, that is so disrespectful to do that. He said, I don't think so, I still won. I don't think he was very pleased and finished his drink, and he did actually walk out. You just get a feeling about people. You know if they're not okay. I don't think he would have done any harm, but who knows?
Next morning, Pauline's alerted to the terrifying news on Facebook that the customer she had served the night before isn't called Sebastian, but Ian Hamer. And he's wanted by police for murder.
My reaction was, oh my God. So I phoned a policeman that I know, and within 5-10 minutes, I think, they'd got him.
Soon the joke Hamer told Pauline about a man pushing his wife off a cliff takes on a sinister new meaning.
It was weird, but they were just jokes like, you know what, a kid would come home and tell you jokes, but it's not until the following day, and I actually thought to myself, it's as if he was trying to tell us something. I don't know. It's not until the following day that things fell into place.
Despite his intoxicated state, Ian Hamer engages with the police at the point of his arrest.
He says something like, it wasn't murder, it was manslaughter. Something along those lines. I heard the word manslaughter.
he did make a very significant statement, an unsolicited comment to the officer indicating that he wasn't guilty of murder. It was diminished responsibility, so he was already offering up a statutory defence to murder.
After 24 hours on the run, Ian Hamer has been arrested in North Lincolnshire on suspicion of murder. Just hours after killing his wife, Joanne, Hamer was spotted in Pauline's bar, just 7 miles away from the crime scene.
You just would not have thought he'd actually killed his wife and just come blazingly into a bar a few miles away having a drink. When you hear them things, it's like, really? Could you be so cold-blooded and heartless?
When police take him in for questioning, Hamer repeats his claims that he committed manslaughter due to mental illness. But one throwaway comment soon after his arrest suggests this is a cunning ploy to reduce any impending prison sentence.
And what was a telling piece of evidence? He said to the officers who were tending to him, this was manslaughter, and asked this question: have we done enough for diminished responsibility? This was a man who was trying to present a picture of being so mentally unwell that he was not to be held fully responsible for his wife's death.
This is clearly somebody who's a very manipulative, selfish individual. And his response, he's already trying to escape justice for his crime as soon as he's arrested, and he's clearly given a great deal of thought to that before his arrest. And Ian Hamer clearly only cares about one person, and that's Ian Hamer.
In spite of Hamer's claims, he's charged with his wife's murder. Months later, mental health experts are brought in to provide a true picture of Hamer's state of mind.
After his arrest, he was subsequently interviewed by two psychiatrists to explore whether there were any mental illness elements that would lead to diminished responsibility.
They ask him probing questions about his relationship with wife Joanne.
He began to present what was ultimately going to be his defence. He accepted he had killed her, but in the context where he said he didn't want to do it, and used a phrase that it was some sort of psychotic episode.
Then Hamer starts to go on the offensive, claiming he is the real victim in the abusive marriage.
Ian Hamer claimed that his wife had taunted him to say that her children weren't his. He made a slur on his wife's character, saying she was engaged in extramarital affairs. There's no evidence of this.
He would say that she would see other people, that she would be on dating apps and she would find other men more attractive than him. And anyone who knew Joanne knows that that's just completely laughable and a joke. She was the most loyal woman you could meet. Just sort of making up excuses in his head, I guess, to find ways and motives to do what he did.
Then his claims turn even more extreme.
He made plain that he was himself a victim of domestic abuse. You know, he claims that she hit him over the head with a shoe. We've got no information about any injury, or certainly any serious injury to him. He claims she threw a phone at him. Again, there was no injury that we're aware of to support that. This was all seen as a tissue of lies. And clearly the people that knew Joanne had not seen any evidence of this whatsoever. And the only person who could suggest that this had taken place was Ian Hamer himself.
But soon, the psychiatrists start to uncover Hamer's true colours.
What was actually found by two psychiatrists, one diagnosed him with morbid jealousy and one with obsessive jealousy. But clearly, there wasn't an element of diminished responsibility for his actions. From the facts we know about the case and his behaviour and his actions, come as no surprise, because we can see the way that he jealously controlled his wife's movements and behaviour, you know, a real controlling nature.
And when detectives scan Hamer's smartphone, the picture he painted as the victim starts to crumble. Just days before Joanne's murder, they find texts he sent to another woman promising jewellery.
Things he was doing, he would accuse her for. He was seeing other women that came out. He was on dating apps. He would accuse her of the things that he was doing exactly the same.
We do know that Ian Hamer had affairs, he had one-night stands, and he accused his wife of the same. There's no evidence to suggest that that was the case.
But investigators are blown away when they uncover the name Hamer uses on his dating profile. It sounds strikingly familiar.
He'd use a fake name. Sebastian, apparently. He would use to women wherever he was going to maybe go out on these dates and meet people. And yeah, to use a fake name, like you're obviously up to something that's not good.
15 months after Joanne's murder, husband Ian Hamer is finally put on trial at Hull Crown Court. He pleads guilty to manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility. But the prosecution sets out the case for cold-blooded murder.
So it was a consideration for the jury whether that was a man demonstrating real symptoms of mental illness, or whether it was somebody using any illness to formulate a defence.
The court is told the torrid details of the abuse Hamer inflicted on his wife.
The question that was raised with the jury is whether or not, by the time of the killing, he in effect wanted to get rid of his wife so he could move on, but he needed control of that situation, and that's how we presented the case.
As the trial progresses, even Hamer's own children take to the stand against their own father to describe the abuse suffered in their own home.
One of them spoke of being aware of that from a very young age, and become increasingly toxic and abusive. You then see the horrible human side of this, because they're being required to give evidence against one of their parents, and in circumstances where they've lost the other one. And for them, there's no good outcome to any of this.
Following a heart-wrenching 3-week trial, the jury retires to consider their verdict.
The verdict of the jury was that Ian Hamer was guilty of murder. Therefore, they rejected that idea that his mental state was such that he was not able to exercise proper judgment and control.
He designed everything, including his response to the arresting officer, to make out that this was the case, that it was diminished responsibility. Thankfully, the jury didn't buy that, and they saw through Ian Hamer's excuses for what they were, just excuses.
Hamer's jailed for life with a minimum of 22 years. At the time of sentencing, the judge takes into account the years of domestic violence Joanne suffered at the hands of her husband and his abusive control over her finances.
The judge actually commented that he believed that one of the main motives in this case was he was afraid if the relationship ended, that he would lose a significant amount of money. Money to which Joanne, in the law of England and Wales, was entitled to. Those were the family finances that should have been split accordingly. He didn't want that to happen, and he murdered his wife as a result.
Kill someone, go out drinking, using drugs and joking about what he did, he obviously deserves to be locked away for the rest of his life, and I'm glad that's the case.
Killers like Ian Hamer are so manipulative and so self-centred, and ultimately it led to the tragic death of a lovely, caring wife. But there's only one person to blame for that, and it's Ian Hamer.
Years later, the sadness of the case is still felt by those in the quiet Lincolnshire village of Worleby.
There'll always be some weird, I guess, aura for people still living there, knowing that what happened in that house happened, the worst crime you can commit. And I guess it opened a lot of people's eyes to thinking that this can happen anywhere.
I feel so sorry for the family. You know, one act like that and it's wrecked the family. And it's something they'll have to live with, I'm afraid to say, and it's not very nice.
Ian Hamer is definitely a master manipulator. A lovely woman who was taken away from us by a horrible, sadistic man. It was something you never expected to report on, especially in Worleby. I never met Joanne, but I know she was a lovely woman. I know that, you know, she deserved a lot better than Ian Hamer. Truly sad story, a sad situation. All you can do is just hope the best for the Hamer family, of the children. Just an awful situation, which Ian Hamer will spend the rest of his life in jail for.
Experience the power of science to crack a crime. Forensics Catching the Killer is new Friday at 9 on Sky Mix.
The chance. Sandy was one of these once-in-a-lifetime storms.
One of the worst storms that has ever hit. It is chaos.
Everything was completely devastated.
I'm frantic because I'm not hearing anything.
This is Sean.
And that's when they uncovered this body.
It's a body over here.
Was he a victim of the storm?
He had been partially buried. There was a lot of flooding, a lot of debris.
Had he been killed in its chaotic aftermath?
Everything was off-grid. Emergency services, police.
Conditions like that, people get very desperate.
You said you had something for us.
Or did the hurricane provide the perfect cover for a killer?
Yeah. There was a lot of tension in the home.
I'm a killer.
Jealousy can lead people to do ugly things,
Breaking every bone in his body.
Something horrible happened inside of that apartment.
The evidence, it's there. You just have to find it.
October 31st, 2012. It's Halloween in Far Rockaway, New York, a seaside community in the New York City borough of Queens.
A lot of people have been attracted to the Rockaways because of the lovely beaches.
It really is a giant melting pot because of the mix of people. But this Halloween, the residents of Far Rockaway aren't enjoying the beaches or greeting trick-or-treaters. They're struggling with the aftermath of the worst disaster to hit New York City since 9/11.
Hurricane Sandy was a very difficult time for us.
Got 60 to even 74 miles per hour.
The hurricane hit New York just 2 days earlier, on October 29th.
No one ever expected that they would get hit so hard.
The storm left dozens of people dead or injured, and many more missing or unable to contact their worried family and friends.
One of those worried family members is Baltimore resident Tracy Rucker Jones.
It is chaos along.
Her husband was in Far Rockaway at the time.
This city is basically underwater.
And as the storm had approached, Tracy had grown increasingly concerned about the safety of her husband, 32-year-old Sean Rucker.
We were talking back and forth on the phone, and he had never been through a hurricane. So he's thinking, is this gonna be a really bad storm?
I know, babe, I know. But I'll be all right, babe. I'll make sure I check in every few hours.
Okay.
But when the storm made landfall, Sean realized how wrong he'd been.
He's like, babe, this is bad.
And then, silence.
This is Sean.
I'm frantic at this point.
Got 60 to even 74 miles per hour.
This is Sean. Leave a message.
Hurricane Sandy wasn't the first storm Baltimore native Sean Rucker had to weather in his life.
When he was young, his mother passed away from cancer, and it really devastated him.
Sean wasn't bitter about her loss, though. Instead, it gave him a greater appreciation for those around him.
I think the loss of his mom at an early age increased his love for people. He put a lot of energy into giving back to the community. That's how he redirected all of the grief.
Hung out one-on-one before.
Yeah, maybe we should do it more often.
And that became the spark that got us talking on the phone, talking outside of the group.
Soon they were dating long distance.
They made a lot of trips to visit each other.
He was genuine. What he presented to you was who he was. And it made me look at him and say, this is really a true gentleman.
And then Sean surprised Tracy by taking their relationship to the next level.
That Christmas, we drove to New York. He had planned the trip, and he's like, put on something dressy. And I saw all of my friends, everyone's dressed. And he's like, I was wondering, what are you doing for the rest of your life?
But just when it looked like Sean and Tracy had found happily ever after, fate intervened.
He was working at the airport in Maryland, and he had a very bad fall.
He had to go on disability.
But he didn't like being idle.
He wanted to be able to support his family. He wanted to do more, and that's what led him to connect with some of his friends in New York.
They've been telling me about a program with computers.
His ultimate passion was computers and technology.
But I'd have to move to New York.
He wanted to be a graphic artist.
I think you should do it.
I said, Sean, I stand behind you.
By September of 2012, Sean had found an affordable place to live in Far Rockaway.
What's up, Sean?
Hey.
He was sharing a small apartment with 2 roommates, one of whom had a young son.
This was a space for Sean to stay while he was pursuing his dreams in the city.
One of the worst storms that has ever hit. It is chaos.
But now, after Hurricane Sandy has battered Far Rockaway and the rest of New York, those dreams are in doubt.
Sean's wife, Tracy, had been desperately trying to reach him.
I was messaging him on all outlets that we have.
Finally, she calls the police in New York.
911 emergency.
I want to report my husband missing. I'm really worried something happened.
She was hoping that someone would investigate and give her some answers.
But she hoped in vain.
The police were overwhelmed.
Whole neighborhoods were still flooded. There were thousands of people displaced.
There were so many calls to police reporting people missing.
About all the police could do was add Sean's name to the list.
And I'm waiting to hear anything. And the days seem like years.
It's not until November 15th, 2 weeks after the hurricane hit New York, that there's anything to report. That morning, 2 city employees are working along the water's edge.
They were cleaning up the beach. It was under tons and tons of debris.
And as they work, one of them notices something else among the wreckage.
Hey, man, come here, come here.
This isn't just some debris.
It's a body over here. What? Bro, call somebody right now.
Package handler. 32-year-old Sean Rucker moved to New York to pursue a career in graphic design.
Sean just loved New York. We would go throughout our years of dating.
And he did spend the last month living in Far Rockaway on Long Island.
But when Hurricane Sandy bludgeoned New York City, the beachfront community had borne the brunt.
The storm surge came right into and on top of Rockaway.
And now, cleanup crews have found what appears to be a man's body buried on the beach.
Hey, man, come here, come here.
When the city workers come across the body, only the hand in the back was exposed.
Bro, call somebody right now. Yes, call somebody right now.
The cleanup crew immediately called the police.
Yeah, we found the body, man. Let's send somebody as soon as possible.
When police arrive at the scene, their first thought is that another victim of the storm had washed up on the beach.
I need a corner in my location.
The waves were about 12 feet high, and so it was very possible that someone could have gotten covered up by the sand.
But when the coroner begins to remove the body, it's soon evident the hurricane hadn't killed him.
His arms were tied with what seemed to be a bed sheet.
His legs are partially encased in a garbage bag.
This wasn't just an accident.
Hey, guys.
The man had been murdered brutally.
We need to get major crimes out here.
There's significant blunt force trauma to his head and stab wounds on the body.
And one of the victim's legs was all but severed.
For the moment, police have no idea who killed the man or when.
I need major crimes in my location. Being that it was cold weather, decomposition had slowed down quite a bit.
Hoping to uncover the dead man's name, detectives take fingerprints from the body.
The first step in a homicide is identifying the victim.
This has a positive ID.
When they ran the fingerprints, they ended up getting a hit on a Baltimore man.
His name was Sean Rucker.
Sean's wife had reported him missing.
At this point, cops realized this was the same man that they received a phone call for a few days prior.
Detectives contact Tracy Rucker to make the official notification.
Hi, this is Tracy. I have some bad news for you. I think we found Sean.
The news that Sean had been murdered took her completely by surprise.
It's like, oh my gosh, someone tried to rob him. That's what I was thinking. Because, you know, he wasn't a street person. So it would be highly easy for him to fall into the wrong group of people.
Tracy isn't sure who those people might be, but she gives the detectives a place to start.
She gave them the address where he was residing and the people that he was residing with.
One of the names that Tracy gave cops was Alicia Stewart.
I'm so sorry for your loss.
While Sean's wife struggles to process the news that her husband is dead, the detectives follow up with Alicia Stewart, the woman renting Sean a room.
When they contacted Alicia, she was shocked and she agreed to come in to answer some questions.
I just still can't believe it.
We're just trying to figure out what happened, so we appreciate you coming in to talk with us.
The detectives start by asking Alicia how she'd met Sean.
It was online. He was looking to come to New York and needed a place to stay.
Alicia said she shared the apartment with her friend Monique and Monique's 2-year-old son.
Alicia says the arrangement worked well at first.
What's up, Sean?
Hey.
It was great having Sean. He was responsible. He helped out around the house.
But Alicia says things got more complicated when her new boyfriend, 39-year-old Thyron Aycock, moved in a week before the hurricane hit.
What do you mean complicated?
Like we were all stacked on top of each other.
It caused a lot of tension around the house.
And then the hurricane made landfall.
On top of 4 adults and a child, there's no heat, no electricity. It just made tensions even worse.
Finally, a week after the hurricane hit, the weather had cleared enough that they could safely leave the apartment.
Alicia and Monique decided, let's just get out of the house.
Took the baby to the park.
They left both Thyron and Sean in the home together.
Alicia said they spent about an hour in the park.
Hey,
Hey.
where's Sean?
When she got back, Sean was no longer there.
Do you know where he went?
I asked Thyron, but he didn't know either.
All he said was, Sean packed up all his stuff and left.
Where you going? I just gotta get out of here.
He just decided to up and leave.
Hey, detectives, this has a positive ID.
Detectives investigating the murder of 32-year-old Sean Rucker have learned that there was trouble in the tiny apartment he shared with Alicia Stewart, Monique Jeffries, and Monique's young son.
Alicia said that things became pretty tense when her new boyfriend, Thyron, moved in with them.
Thyron did not like Sean at all, and he made it very known.
And in the aftermath of Hurricane Sandy, Sean had disappeared from the apartment.
Yeah, me and Monique took the baby to the park. When we got back, Sean was gone. Where's Sean?
Alicia asks Thyron what happened, and he says that all he knew was that Sean packed up his things and he was out of there.
Did you believe him?
Who, Thyron? Yeah.
She said the house was crowded. They had no electricity. It's pretty reasonable that maybe Sean just left.
One thing appears certain to detectives, though. Sean hadn't gotten far.
The beach where the police found his body was only a few blocks from the apartment.
Maybe something happened to him when he wandered out in the street. Conditions like that, people get very desperate.
Had Sean, wandering the streets alone, fallen prey to the chaos in the hurricane's aftermath?
It makes him a target.
Alicia says that she left too, not long after Sean had moved out.
The conditions in the house had become so bad, they couldn't stay there anymore.
Alicia tells investigators that her, Monique, and her son went to stay with her sister for a few days. She also says that Thyron went with them, but he only stayed for a short while.
Then, after a few days at her sister's house, Alicia and Monique got a hotel room.
Thank you for coming in. I'll show you out.
Looking to confirm Alicia's account of Sean's disappearance, the detectives follow up with her roommate, Monique Jeffries.
She corroborates Alicia's story that they went out for a little bit, came back, and Sean was gone.
Thank you.
But what happened between Sean and Thyron in the hour they were alone together in the apartment remains a mystery.
Was there possibly more to it than Thyron had let on?
Detectives bring Thyron in for questioning.
He admits that things were tense from the start between him and Sean.
He tells detectives he just never got along with Sean, that he did not like the way that Sean would speak to Alicia, that he was rude.
That made you mad?
Yeah. I told him I didn't like him talking to my girl like that.
Did you do more than tell him?
Detectives asked Thyron if things had ever got physical between him and Sean, and he says no.
But I wish he would have started something.
Why is that?
Because I would have beat the hell out of him.
But you didn't?
No.
When they asked Tyron about the day Sean disappeared, he says he's not entirely sure what really happened. All he knows is that Sean packed up all his stuff and left.
And you didn't think that was odd?
I was just happy to see him go.
Thyron says he and the others had abandoned the apartment soon after Sean.
They all went to Alicia's sister's house to stay with her, but he didn't stay long because he and Alicia's sister do not get along.
When the detectives follow up with Alicia's sister, she confirms everyone's account of the timeline.
Hello.
Alicia, Monique, and Thyron all came to stay with her on November 7th.
She also confirms that she and Thyron didn't get along.
Why is that?
Because he was always rude to Alicia, always talking down on her, arguing with her about every little thing.
It was almost exactly what Thyron had said about Sean.
Alicia's sister also tells detectives that Thyron didn't just leave.
She pretty much kicked him out.
You were glad to see him go.
Yeah, that guy was trouble.
She said, I didn't feel safe with him here.
But then she says something that really grabs the detective's attention.
Alicia's sister told them she'd asked him to leave because
Rucker's murder had begun to suspect that Thyron Aycock may have had something to do with his death.
Thyron had recently moved into the apartment that Sean shared with a woman named Alicia Stewart and her friend Monique Jeffries.
From Thyron saying that he would have gotten violent with Sean if he had the opportunity. And also from Alicia's sister, who says that he threatened her. Police are starting to paint a picture about who Thyron is.
At that point, the detectives said, we need to look into this.
They start by pulling his arrest record.
He had 3 felonies and 23 misdemeanors.
This is a man that had a very violent history.
He's also the last person known to have seen Sean alive.
Thyron alleged that Sean just packed up and left.
But given Thyron's violent history and his animosity towards Sean, the detectives are left wondering, was Sean alive when he left?
Thyron Aycock did not like that this other guy was around.
When the detectives receive the results of Sean's autopsy, they point to a killer with a personal motive.
Sean had been bludgeoned numerous times.
The medical examiner believed that the trauma wounds came from a hammer.
Sean had also suffered multiple stab wounds.
Whoever did this definitely wanted this man to suffer.
The autopsy also reveals that the injury to Sean's thigh occurred post-mortem.
Somebody was trying to dismember his body.
There were saw marks on the bone.
But had Thyron done the cutting? Looking for the answer, the detectives get a warrant to search Alicia's apartment.
In the apartment, detectives discover a bunch of clothing and a knife with dry blood on it.
There's also a saw that looks to have some dried blood on it.
There was no sign of a hammer, which the medical examiner believed was the murder weapon.
However, the detectives do uncover one final piece of evidence that appears connected to the crime.
Detectives find a fitted sheet that matched the sheet that was found wrapped around Sean's arms when he was discovered.
While the crime scene tech bags up the knife, saw, and other items for forensic testing, the detectives conduct a canvass of the surrounding apartments.
But because of the aftermath of the hurricane, most of the apartments were empty.
However, detectives suspect they already know 2 people who heard or saw something.
Given the brutality of the attack and the attempt to dismember the body, the detectives didn't believe Thyron had time to clean up and move the body before Alicia and Monique got back from the park.
Suspecting Alicia and Monique no more than they're admitting, detectives bring both women back in for another round of questioning.
Detectives wanted to put a little bit of pressure on them.
But even when pressed by detectives, both women insisted they don't know what happened to Sean.
The detectives suspect both women are lying, a suspicion that only deepens when they receive the forensic results from the crime lab.
Forensics confirmed that the blood that was on the knife and the saw does belong to Sean.
But they're still no closer to finding Sean's killer.
They found all this evidence, but it only proved that Sean was killed in the apartment he was living in.
Despite that, the detectives remain convinced that Thyron killed Sean.
Unfortunately, they didn't have any hardcore evidence linked to Thyron.
They weren't able to arrest him.
By the end of 2013, the case goes cold.
It's frustrating when you know who's responsible and you just can't find the evidence. But that's what being a good police officer is. You have to find it.
Sean's wife, Tracy, is just as determined to bring his killer to justice.
I was keeping things in the loop, having petitions signed, having my friends contact the police department, put pressure on them.
The effort goes nowhere until 2019.
Investigators had discovered that Thyron was in prison for an unrelated case.
He was about to get released.
So they figured they'd give a fresh look at the case.
They start by reaching out one more time to Alicia.
Being that Thyron's in jail, you kind of have leverage in terms of talking to Alicia because he can't retaliate.
She might give detectives a new story.
7 years after Sean's murder, the detectives give Alicia a call.
Hello?
I don't know if you remember me. I'm one of the detectives that works on the murder of Sean Rucker.
She is taken by surprise that this has resurfaced.
That happened so long ago. I thought it was over with.
But then it's the detectives' turn to be taken by surprise.
Is there a time we can meet?
She tells them that she may have something they might want.
And detectives believe killed Sean and buried his body on a Long Island beach sits in prison.
He was in jail for an unrelated charge.
And he's about to be released. But have the detectives found a way to keep him behind bars?
I'm not sure if you remember me. I'm one of the detectives working the murder of Sean Rucker.
When the detectives reached out to Thyron's old girlfriend, she asked for a meeting.
I have something I want to show you.
She had something that they would be interested in.
The detectives arranged to meet Alicia the next day.
Alicia went down to the precinct and she had a brown paper bag with something in it.
You said you had something for us?
Yeah.
She pulled out this hammer.
The medical examiner suspected the killer had used a hammer to beat Sean to death.
Alicia tells investigators that this is the only hammer that was inside the house at that time.
There's something else I need to tell you.
However, the hammer isn't all that Alicia has for the investigators. She's also brought a new story.
It don't matter if you're married.
What are you talking about? I just
What are you looking at?
Alicia told investigators that actually Sean and Thyron had been in an argument before her and Monique had left to go to the park.
I got tired of listening to them argue, you know?
Sure.
She just told them, look, you need to just settle this.
When you got back, Sean wasn't there.
Yeah.
Alicia maintains that she doesn't know what happened to Sean, only that Sean was gone by the time she returned.
However, detectives suspect Alicia is still holding back.
They still doubted Thyron could have cleaned up the crime scene and disposed of the body in the short time Alicia and Monique had been at the park.
And if that's just the hammer that was in the house, why didn't they find it back in 2012?
Hoping to fill the gaps in Alicia's story, the detectives reach back out to Monique Jeffries, Alicia and Sean's other roommate.
Again, she basically corroborated what Alicia had already given them.
However, she also provides a significant new detail that Alicia didn't.
She does add that when they left,
You better back up.
one man had a knife in his hand and another had a hammer.
We're gonna settle this right now.
Monique tells investigators that she really doesn't remember who had the hammer or the knife, but she does remember one thing particularly.
I'm kidding.
Thyron did tell Sean that he was going to kill him.
But is it enough for an arrest?
They had to send the hammer to the lab for forensics testing. And they were able to confirm that the diameter of the hammer was consistent with Sean's wounds.
Despite that, the lab can't prove that the hammer was the murder weapon.
The lab was not able to detect any of Sean's blood or DNA on the hammer.
So the detectives bring Alicia back in and confront her about the hammer.
She swore it was legit.
And once again, Alicia gives them a new lead.
She says that they should speak to a woman named Danielle Ross.
Alicia tells investigators that Thyron admitted to Danielle that he had indeed killed Sean.
Hoping that Danielle could finally give them the break they need, detectives bring her in for an interview.
She corroborates Alicia's story and tells them that Thyron did confess to her that he killed Sean.
He also told her why he did it.
He was jealous.
Jealous? Of who?
He thought Sean was trying to get with Alicia.
The detectives believe Danielle is telling the truth about Thyron. But will it be enough to convince a jury?
What the detectives need is to get the confession from Thyron's mouth.
And since Thyron is still in jail on the unrelated charge, there may be a way to get it.
Prison phone calls are always recorded.
And he maintained contact with Danielle.
Soon after talking to Danielle, the detectives start monitoring Thyron's calls from jail.
And sure enough, he reaches out to Danielle.
Hey, D, how you doing?
How am I doing? How do you think I'm doing?
Danielle tells him that detectives have been reaching out to her about him and it's stressing her out.
You know, makes me wonder what else you're capable of.
I'm capable of protecting the people I love.
Danielle replies to Thyron, really? Caving someone's head in with a hammer and stabbing them is protecting people?
Breaking every bone in his body?
Confronted about what he's done, Thyron doesn't exactly deny it.
He only told Danielle to stop exaggerating.
I didn't break every bone.
Thyron says that somebody must have did that after the fact.
NYPD detectives have Thyron Aycock on tape, essentially admitting that he murdered Sean Rucker 7 years earlier.
You know, makes me wonder what else you're capable of.
Thyron was in jail on an unrelated charge, and his friend Danielle had called him and let him know the police had been asking her about Sean's murder.
On the recordings, they heard him basically admit to killing Sean.
He said it was because he thought that Sean and Alicia were messing around.
I still love her, you know.
You think she still loves you?
Danielle pushes further and asks Thyron, what will happen when Alicia puts you under the bus? And Thyron replies,
she can't.
Detectives aren't so sure. After listening to the jail calls, they bring Alicia back in for yet another round of questioning.
Daniel's comment about Alicia throwing Thyron under the bus sure sounded like she knew more about the murder than she'd admitted.
They asked Alicia over and over again, is there anything that we're missing?
I already told you everything that I know.
You sure? Monique told us that Sean and Thyron were fighting when you left the apartment.
Finally, Alicia caves to the pressure.
All right. There was a fight.
She wasn't quite sure which one had the knife and which one had the hammer, but she knew that something was going to go down.
She said when they got back from the park, she initially thought she'd been mistaken.
Where's Sean?
Tyron told her that Sean had left.
But as she soon discovered, that was a lie.
That night, Alicia and Tyron snuck into the bathroom to have sex. Because with so many people in the apartment, the bathroom was the only place with any privacy.
Wait, what's that smell? It was coming from the bathtub.
She pulled the shower curtain back and found Sean's body.
What did you do?
That got a little out of hand.
Out of hand? Out of hand?
Yeah.
You gotta get him out of here now.
She told police, I was frantic, I didn't know what to do.
So she went back to the bedroom and left Tyron to deal with the body.
Eventually, he came up with a plan.
Later that night, while Alicia was laying in bed, she did hear the sound of a saw.
But dismembering the body wouldn't work.
He was going to get rid of it another way.
Alicia says Tyron took the stroller Monique had for her son, loaded the body onto it, and wheeled it out.
Did Tyron tell you where he was taking him?
I didn't want to know. I just wanted him gone. I was scared.
Alicia also says she was afraid to tell anyone what had happened.
If Tyron was willing to kill someone in her apartment, what do you think he would have done to her?
But now, 7 years later, Alicia has finally given detectives everything they need.
With Alicia's statement and Tyron's confession, detectives executed an arrest warrant for Tyron.
He was the only one charged, though.
The district attorney granted Alicia and Danielle immunity in exchange for testimony against Tyron.
Tyron Aycock goes on trial for murder on February 3rd, 2022.
I honestly didn't think that resolution would be found in my lifetime. I never thought that I'd be sitting across from the man that took him away from me.
The prosecutors begin by explaining the tense dynamic inside Alicia's apartment in the days leading up to the murder.
The prosecutors alleged that Tyron believed that something was going on between Sean and Alicia.
And after spending several days cooped up together on account of the hurricane, things have reached a boiling point.
Yo, I want you out of here.
I was here first.
I swear I'm gonna kill you.
Look!
As the argument intensified, Alicia and Monique took her son to the park, telling Sean and Tyron things better be sorted out when they got back.
You heard her. We're gonna settle it right now.
You better back up.
The fight broke out as soon as the women left.
Evidence indicates that Tyron quickly got the upper hand.
One or two hits to the head, and Sean was on the ground.
Then Tyron grabbed the knife and finished what he'd started.
The prosecution's theory fit with the injuries Sean suffered.
Prosecutors contend that Tyron stashed Sean's body in the bathroom right after he killed him.
Alicia takes the stand and tells the jury that's where she found Sean's body later that night.
The prosecutors also had Danielle's testimony and the jail call she made with Tyron.
And when the jury returns with its verdict, there's no doubt that they believe Alicia and Danielle are telling the truth.
They find him guilty of second-degree murder.
Tyron is sentenced to 25 years to life in prison.
I would have wanted more, but I was grateful that Sean could receive some sort of justice.
At least now they have closure. They know that the person who murdered Sean Rucker is now in jail.
But even justice can't bring back a loving husband who, like so many others, followed his dream to New York City.
They could have a real future together, a happy family, and have a happy ending.
Love can be a dangerous game. When someone is dishonest, when they toy with your emotions, desperation can sink in. And you'll do anything, to anyone, to keep that love of the world. The beginning of a whole new type of love. One that's pure, one that's true, one that's full of possibilities for you and your partner. But what if finding that love meant taking it away from someone else? What lines would you cross? What bonds would you break? For a love so strong, so perfect, it couldn't possibly be real. January 13th, 2017. It's 4 a.m. in Walterboro, a town of 5,000 people perched on the edge of the South Carolina Lowcountry.
It's a little small community, very tight-knit. Everybody knows everybody.
It was almost tucked away from any sort of outward problems and some of the issues that affect bigger cities.
That is, until one neighborhood in this quiet community is awakened unexpectedly by a slew of flashing lights as police descend on a modest home on Lomax Street.
You saw all these police cars come up like they were going in there to get Jack the Ripper or somebody.
Police were surrounding this tidy little white house that had what everyone thought was a picture-perfect family.
And you knew that somebody had did something wrong.
The home belongs to 51-year-old Gloria Williams. What's brought police to Gloria's home? And what will they find inside?
It was quite shocking. She was your average soccer mom, active in the community and in her church.
People were saying, how could this happen?
I was just amazed, shocked, heartbroken, everything all in once.
Kind and God-fearing, 51-year-old working mother Gloria Williams was well respected in her hometown of Walterboro.
Gloria had been working at a nursing home. She really cared for the elderly.
She was an upstanding citizen, nice young lady. Gloria was willing to stop, talk to you, give you a good word, you know.
She thrives on church every Sunday and Bible study every Wednesday.
This faith-driven life fostered this great environment for her family.
Relationship that started some 20 years earlier. Rewind to 1997. That's when Gloria, then 31 and recently divorced, crossed paths with handsome 25-year-old Charles Walker.
Charles was fairly attractive, appeared to be a pretty decent guy.
Charles presented all the qualities that she felt like she needed in a man. Support, comfort, and that strong male influence.
With one failed marriage already behind her, Gloria longed for someone to make her feel whole again.
Here he comes, the knight in shining armor, and it relieves that loneliness, that need for that unconditional love.
Gloria's desire to be loved and accepted was so strong that she jumped headfirst into the relationship.
Though Charles had a bit of a checkered past, Gloria didn't let it stand in the way of her feelings for him.
Charles did have some minor run-ins with the law. It was hard for him to find someone that would accept him for who he was.
She took a liking to Charles. She saw some potential in him, and despite his background, she was willing to make him a part of her family.
The couple soon moved in together. Gloria felt she'd finally found her soulmate.
Charles came in and offered Gloria love, the acceptance, everything that she was looking for.
She loved Charles. Charles loved her.
But like so many relationships that burn red hot from the beginning, the flames of passion proved fleeting. After less than a year together, Gloria and Charles discovered living under the same roof was often easier said than done.
Things were quickly going south in Gloria and Charles' relationship. Constant fighting and fussing between her and Charles.
Things got tough in the house, perhaps even toxic.
Nevertheless, Gloria was determined to make the relationship work.
She had felt very much like she had already failed once, and she was going to stick this one out. She was going to do whatever she had to do.
She said, you know, it didn't matter. I still love you.
In December of 1997, Gloria received some exciting news. News she hoped would save the relationship.
Gloria actually gets pregnant. This is everything that Gloria was longing for.
The couple found out they were having a baby girl and decided on the name Alexis. As they prepared for Alexis's arrival, Gloria and Charles discovered their love for one another was still strong.
She got pregnant, and immediately things changed. They were spending a lot of time together. There was no longer talk of breaking up. It made things comfortable. It made things peaceful.
However, several months into the pregnancy, disaster struck when Charles was arrested for larceny.
Gloria was in shock.
Although he had run into some issues with the law in the past, she thought Charles wanted to change his life.
Even after the arrest, Gloria believed she and Charles had turned a corner, and that once baby Alexis arrived and Charles was released, their life would be back on track.
When you bring a baby girl home to a man, he has a more deeper thought of responsibility.
This baby became the hope for Gloria to mend all the broken pieces.
But little did Gloria know that her desire to keep her family together would set off a catastrophic string of events, one that would play out in slow motion before finally coming to a head some 2 decades later. Fast forward once more to January 13th, 2017. It's 4 a.m., and police in Walterboro, South Carolina, have just entered Gloria Williams' home, hoping to solve a nearly 20-year-old mystery. The home is quiet, and police find no obvious signs of any wrongdoing.
There was pictures of her daughter, her being dolled up in her little outfits, her frilly shoes and the socks, and they seemed happy.
This, for all intents and purposes, is looking like a very normal life.
Then, in a back bedroom, police locate Gloria.
Police, with warrant in hand, find her asleep in bed.
Officers ask her where they might find her 18-year-old daughter, Alexis. Gloria tells police that Alexis is sleeping over at a friend's house. At that point, the officers place Gloria in handcuffs and inform her that she's under arrest. To their surprise, Gloria says she's been expecting them for a very, very long time.
Gloria was saying she was nervous. She was waiting for someone to show up at the door to say, "You're under arrest."
But what secret crime has Gloria been covering up? And for how long? Soon, investigators will unravel a web of lies, one that will leave everyone that knows Gloria Williams in utter disbelief.
The community up there was just as shocked as anybody else when this whole story broke.
Gloria would have done anything to keep Charles. She wasn't a loser.
Police in Walterboro, South Carolina, have just arrested 51-year-old nursing assistant Gloria Williams. Patrol officers transport Gloria to headquarters, and as morning dawns on Walterboro, detectives inform her of the charges against her.
We secured the warrant last night, and the charges will be kidnapping and interference with custody.
It was a kidnapping, for goodness sake.
How did this church-going mother get wrapped up in a kidnapping case?
You can't picture this woman who is the church lady being a kidnapper.
No one could say a bad thing about Gloria. She was educated, caring, mother and neighbor and friend. It floored everyone.
Gloria may not look like a kidnapper, but police are confident they have the right person in custody. They explain that investigators have come all the way from Jacksonville, Florida, to speak with her. After receiving an unusual tip,
this tipster advises that her friend has told her that she was kidnapped from Jacksonville, Florida as a child. She further advised that her friend's name was Alexis and that she lived in Walterboro, South Carolina.
After receiving the tip, Jacksonville investigators searched birth records in Walterboro and discovered that Alexis was allegedly born to Gloria Williams and Charles Walker on July 10, 1998. However, a closer look at Alexis's birth certificate suggests it's a forgery.
They were able to see forged birth certificates were used as a means of claiming that Alexis was born in South Carolina.
Detectives explained to Gloria that they also learned on the same day Alexis was born back in 1998, a newborn baby named Kamaya Mobley was reportedly stolen from a Florida hospital.
When they look into it, the age was perfect, and they said this might be a legitimate tip.
Police tell Gloria that after they received this information, officers from both departments met with the tipster at police headquarters in Walterboro. They recorded a video interview of the young woman, who identifies herself as a friend of Alexis's, named Brittany Mitchell.
It's my understanding that you have knowledge about an abduction from a Jacksonville hospital about 18 years ago. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Detectives explain that during the interview with Brittany, she said that on Alexis's 16th birthday back in 2014, she tried to apply for work at a local restaurant.
Alexis, she was looking for a job, and so she applied for a job at Shoney's.
According to Brittany, the application required Alexis to provide her social security number. Alexis didn't know it by heart, so she did what any child would do and asked her mother for it.
Gloria Williams at that point said, I have to tell you something. She said, you don't have a social security number. 16 years ago, I walked into a hospital in Jacksonville and stole you.
Gloria had to sit down and tell her something that she'd been holding inside for 16 years. And she took a phone and pulled up an image of the flyer of a missing baby. Flyers that had been displayed all over Jacksonville in 1998.
Brittany said that initially, Alexis had no idea what to make of her mom's story.
It was kind of hard for her to conceptualize that she was kidnapped. For Alexis, this was not real.
But Brittany told investigators that when Alexis did a little research, she was shocked to discover much of what her mother said seemed to be true.
She went on her phone and brought it up online, the Kamaya Mobley story or whatever. And then when I seen the abductor, I was like, that looked just like Miss Gloria.
This kidnapping was definitely in the news. You heard about it in the newspaper. It was very widespread. It was definitely a talk of the town.
This was a story that everyone in Jacksonville knew about. The little girl was kidnapped at just 8 hours old.
Now, after presenting Gloria with Brittany Mitchell's statement, as well as the evidence of the fraudulent birth certificate, investigators ask her point blank, did she kidnap Kamaya all those years ago? And if so, why?
Detectives are hopeful that Gloria is going to share some additional information.
But Gloria, it appears, has nothing to say.
In her mind, she was thinking that this was gonna fix the situation. She didn't think about the snowball effect that it was gonna cause in regards to everybody in her life.
On kidnapping charges, shocking the small town of Walterboro, South Carolina, to its core.
Gloria had been arrested for kidnapping this young girl out of the hospital in Florida over 18 years ago.
As unbelievable as the story sounds, detectives have a sworn statement from a friend of Gloria's daughter that implicates her in the crime, as well as evidence that suggests Alexis's birth certificate is a forgery.
Detectives knew that they'd gone from credible lead to potential suspect in the abduction of Kamaya Mobley.
If investigators want to make the charges against Gloria stick, they're going to need answers to a couple of questions. A, what was Gloria's motive for committing the crime? And B, was the man who raised Alexis as his daughter, Charles Walker, in on the kidnapping? But if police are expecting Gloria to provide them with the answers, they're sorely mistaken.
Gloria exercises her rights and chooses not to speak to them.
In an effort to get Gloria to open up, detectives paint for her a picture of the events on July 10, 1998, and the horrific toll Gloria's alleged actions took on one young, first-time mother. It started around 3 p.m.
We heard some chatter over the scanner telling us that there had been a kidnapping, and it was at University Medical Center.
Police arrived to find 16-year-old Shannara Mobley outside her hospital room in a state of panic and confusion.
Shannara is struggling, going down the hospital hallway, screaming.
She was just screaming, "Where's my baby? I want my baby." You could hear the sadness, the anger in this young lady's voice.
Police raced to secure the exits.
The first thing was to seal off the area in hopes that we had the person contained within the hospital.
Unfortunately, it was too little too late.
By the time law enforcement got there, the woman and child were gone.
In search of answers, Jacksonville police interviewed Shannara. She tearfully explained that her baby girl was named Kamaya, and that unfortunately, the baby's father couldn't be there for the birth.
I was in jail at that time. They say, your daughter was born Kamaya Mobley, and I was so happy. Until they told me my daughter had been kidnapped.
Shannara told police that 8 hours after giving birth, a woman she assumed was a nurse entered her room.
The nurse had taken particular interest in 16-year-old Shannara's pregnancy and the birth of her child.
When the woman suggested that baby Kamaya needed her temperature taken, Shannara handed over the infant without hesitation. But as the woman left the room, Shannara noticed something strange.
Shannara noticed as she walking out that she had a purse on her arm. They're not supposed to be working with no purse on their arm.
According to Shannara, neither the woman nor baby Kamaya ever returned. At this point, detectives pause and ask Gloria if she has anything to say. She remains silent, so detectives pick up where they left off. According to the incident report, after speaking with Shannara, Jacksonville detectives reviewed hospital surveillance video. The footage, along with several eyewitness accounts, placed a woman with a purse exiting the hospital around 2:57 p.m.
I seen this lady. She had a smock with flowers, and she came right, past me.
They see her walking through the halls, carrying a large purse. This nurse just walked right out of the hospital with that baby.
Police believe baby Kamaya was inside the purse.
We realized that the baby was gone. Now it was a question of getting it out publicly and having the public also assist us in trying to find Kamaya.
On the evening of July 10th, 1998, Jacksonville police released a sketch of the woman. And the entire city went on high alert.
It became one of the biggest manhunts that we've had in the city.
Joining in the search efforts was Craig Aiken, baby Kamaya's father, who was out of jail and armed with a new mission in life.
Every day went by, I thought they was gonna find her the next day. But I had to keep my sanity because I had to find my daughter. I could not lose my mind.
But it was an impassioned plea from Kamaya's mother, Shanara, that broke the hearts of everyone in Jacksonville.
Please, marry my baby. I mean, how you think I feel? I'm only true enough. I'm only 16 years old, but that's my first child.
Over the next several weeks, hundreds of tips poured in, but they all proved to be dead ends.
As time went on, the trail got colder and colder.
Detectives explained to Gloria Williams that over the next several years, while she and Charles celebrated every July 10th with a party for the daughter they called Alexis, Kamaya's real parents marked those days with a far more heartbreaking tradition.
On July 10th every year, Shanara would get a birthday cake. And she'd cut a slice for herself, and she'd cut a slice for her little girl. And she'd wrap it in cellophane and put it in the freezer.
Detectives asked Gloria once again if she is ready to explain what happened that day in 1998 and why.
For Gloria Williams, it got to be a hard thing to keep for 18 years, to keep it to yourself like that.
When the true motive behind the kidnapping comes out, investigators realize there's a whole other layer to the case. And that Gloria's dream of having a baby girl of her own may well have been trumped by her desire to keep her man by her side.
This wasn't haphazard. This wasn't random. This was a deliberate, premeditated effort to steal a child.
Gloria Williams has just been arrested for the 1998 kidnapping of a baby named Kamaya Mobley, who, they allege, Gloria has raised for the last 18 years under the name Alexis. Those who know Gloria are shocked by the allegations.
This was a major shock. I'm sure some were thinking that Kamaya was gone, totally gone, whether dead or just literally into her own life somewhere else.
I'm sure that people were kind of taken back. I think everybody was assuming that that was her child. She raised her as her child.
Since being taken into custody, Gloria hasn't said one word about the charges levied against her. But after hearing the gut-wrenching details of the initial police report, Gloria finally decides to break her silence.
It really had to eat it. Gloria Williams for 18 years. The secret that she was keeping.
I think she was waiting for this day. It was just a matter of time that the police were going to come knocking.
Gloria begins her statement by explaining that in 1998, while she was several months pregnant, her boyfriend, Charles Walker, had landed himself in jail on a larceny charge. Despite his arrest, Gloria was hopeful that the impending birth of baby Alexis would compel Charles to put his bad boy behavior behind him once and for all.
Gloria advised that she felt that a new baby would straighten Charles up.
She thought that having a baby would save the relationship.
However, Gloria tells police her hopes for a better future were dashed in the blink of an eye when she suffered a miscarriage.
She went to get an ultrasound that they had said the baby had stopped developing, it's gone.
Having a miscarriage was tremendous loss for her. She had just a lot of emotional pain and loneliness.
Adding to the pain, Gloria was afraid that if Charles found out about the miscarriage, he would end their relationship.
She's not going to allow that miscarriage to be the cause of losing her man.
I don't believe Gloria told anyone. I don't believe she even wanted to believe that she had had a miscarriage.
Gloria explains that on the night of July 9th, 1998, her emotions came to a head. All alone, grieving her lost daughter, and fearful of the toll the miscarriage would take on her relationship, she began scheming of ways to have the baby and the man she'd always dreamed of, no matter the cost.
When somebody is broken and desperate, they'll do anything. Absolutely anything.
Everything just started spiraling out of control.
Gloria says that the next day, she found herself heading south to Jacksonville, Florida, to do the unthinkable.
Gloria stole the child for Charles out of that desperate need for that relationship.
He was everything that she could possibly have wanted, and she thought that she can have that once again.
Detectives are stunned. How did Gloria keep her crime under wraps all these years? And more importantly, did she ever divulge her secret to Charles, thus making him her co-conspirator? Or did Gloria actively keep Charles in the dark in order to keep him by her side?
Charles didn't understand the depth of the damage that Gloria Williams was inflicting for him and for the relationship. Ultimately, there's no happy ending.
Gloria Williams has admitted to stealing less than one-day-old baby Kamaya Mobley from a Jacksonville, Florida hospital back in 1998. According to Gloria, it was all part of a desperate attempt to mend the broken relationship with her live-in boyfriend, Charles Walker.
Gloria was in a very unhealthy state. She had a miscarriage. Her current relationship is in a state of failure. So in her mind, when you have that many losses compounded with no support at all, she made such a terrible decision to go and kidnap a baby.
According to Gloria, her plan worked, at least at first. 2 weeks after she brought the baby home, Charles was released from jail.
Charles stated that upon seeing that little girl, it was just more motivation for him to change his life. And Gloria was happy as well. She'd accomplished her mission.
Gloria tells detectives that while Charles was clearly a changed man after the arrival of baby Alexis, the relationship had bigger problems than a newborn could fix.
Charles loved her as his own, thought that, this is my baby girl. But in regards to Gloria, there's a lot of things missing in their relationship.
They couldn't make it, and so they broke up.
Gloria has one of those feelings of, your world is shaken, and then all of a sudden your dream comes true, and whoa, hold on, it's gonna end.
According to Gloria, Charles never knew the truth about his daughter. No one did.
Charles played child support for 18 years for a daughter that he believed was his.
This illusion became her reality, so she led this perfect life and fostered this great environment for Alexis.
Gloria says that the truth of what she'd done weighed more heavily on her with each passing year. Finally, when Alexis turned 16 and wanted to get a job, Gloria cracked.
Alexis didn't really exist. Her real name was Kamaya Mobley.
Gloria assumed that once Alexis knew the truth, she'd never forgive her. But that wasn't the case.
Alexis said, it didn't matter. You're still my mom. I still love you.
For the next 2 years, Gloria and Alexis continued living the lie.
That secret stayed between the two of them.
Charles had no idea that his daughter wasn't his daughter.
It's a shocking story, one like nothing detectives have ever heard before. But in order to prove it's 100% true, investigators need to compare DNA samples of 18-year-old Alexis against those on file from baby Kamaya. Within the hour, Alexis arrives at the station.
Alexis here. Of course, she's a little loud out there. I'm gonna let her come in, let you talk to her, make sure she's okay.
Police allowed them to have a special time together to say their goodbyes.
It's okay. It's okay. I love you so much. It's okay. What do you have to do? What do you want to do? I'm trying to be strong for you. You're trying to worry about me, okay?
When they were hugging each other and crying, it was heartbreaking.
At Gloria's urging, Alexis supplies investigators with a sample of her DNA. They compare the swabs to the original sample from baby Kamaya.
So DNA results indicated that Alexis was indeed Kamaya Mobley.
Nearly 2 decades later, police have found Shanara Mobley's missing daughter. As for Gloria Williams, she's charged with kidnapping and interference with child custody, a first-degree felony that carries the possibility of a life sentence in Florida.
In South Carolina, she was the church lady, but that's not how we knew her in Jacksonville. In Jacksonville, Gloria Williams was a monster because we knew what she did.
Every day that Gloria Williams had Kamaya Mobley, she continued to commit that kidnapping.
With Gloria formally indicted, detectives need to speak with Charles Walker.
The police believe Charles was not involved in any way, shape, or form.
Within moments of getting him on the phone, it's clear that's indeed the case.
Charles was shocked. He was involved in a crime he had nothing to do with. Here, this baby who triggered a change in him turns out not to be his baby. So he's going through all types of emotional feelings.
Back in Jacksonville, Kamaya's biological parents get the call of a lifetime.
We get this call from the state attorney from out of nowhere, and they was like, "We found your daughter."
Craig Aiken and Shanara Mobley make the 3-hour drive from Jacksonville to Walterboro to meet their daughter.
It was beautiful, man. Seeing her for the first time. She looked like sunshine, man. It was just, that was one of the happiest moments of my life.
It's an overwhelming moment for the young woman, who now has 2 identities and 2 families.
She was in a life of deception. She was living a lie. She was happy with that lie, until she found out the truth.
At her initial arraignment, Gloria pleads guilty to felony kidnapping, sparing everyone the ordeal of a criminal trial. Now it will be up to a judge to determine her fate. Will the pain she inflicted on Shanara and Craig earn her the maximum penalty? Or will 18 years as a loving mother to Alexis earn her some leniency?
It's a bad crime, but when you look at the sum of the whole thing, the girl was well raised.
The defense was trying to show that this little girl had a great life. It offended Shanara Mobley and Craig. This family was robbed of everything.
I don't see no church lady, no mama, no friend down the street. I look at it as a kidnap.
It's only one sentence, and I don't think she's open up for that. I would say death.
Gloria Williams' sentencing hearing begins inside a packed courtroom in Jacksonville, Florida. Gloria has pled guilty to kidnapping infant Kamaya Mobley and raising her as her own daughter named Alexis for 18 years.
Gloria, she raised a great little girl. Boy, did she destroy lives doing it.
Charles Walker, the man who believed Kamaya was his biological daughter for 18 years, is also present at the hearing. His heartbreak is palpable.
Once he found out that this wasn't his daughter, there's a sense of loss there. So, he's like, where do I go from here?
When Gloria takes the stand, she begins by explaining what happened on July 9th, 1998, the night before she kidnapped baby Kamaya.
Gloria miscarries. She sets off on a mission. Despite losing her own, she's going to have a baby. When Charles gets out of jail, there will be a baby waiting on him. He expects it.
She said she actually got on Interstate 95 and just started driving south.
Gloria says she crossed the Florida state line into Jacksonville around 10 o'clock on the morning of July 10th.
She claims that she just drove to this hospital randomly.
She really doesn't know how she was going to get a baby.
Gloria entered the hospital dressed in her nurse's assistant uniform.
She's wearing a floral scrub type top that you would see if you went into any hospital.
Gloria says she stalked the maternity ward, unsure of her next steps. That's when she found 16-year-old Shannara Mobley holding newborn baby Kamaya.
She says that she sat there and talked with Shannara.
Gloria admits that she took Kamaya from her mother under the guise of needing to take the child's temperature. Instead, she stashed baby Kamaya in her purse and left the hospital.
There's only one reason that she wanted to have that baby, to save the relationship with her boyfriend.
I was thinking about, maybe this baby can help Charles. Thought it would bring peace to the family.
Having kept her miscarriage a secret, Gloria says no one missed a beat when she showed up the next day with a newborn baby.
Ms. Williams was able to convince people that she was pregnant and gave birth. The people that are closest to her, all of those people were fooled.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry about all of this. I'm not a bad person.
Well, it bothered me because she pretended that she was her mother all these years. She took that away from us.
I did a wrong thing. I did. If I could do it all over again, no, I wouldn't do it.
Gloria's testimony is powerful. But the victim's impact statement from Shannara Mobley, Kamaya's biological mother, demonstrates the acute pain Gloria's actions have caused.
She wouldn't have went into a grown woman's room and done that.
Okay, you're saying because you were so young.
Yeah, because I was young and she came in there and prayed on the child, and that's what she's doing to my child.
Yes.
I am your mother, Kamaya.
Shannara tells the courtroom that only one sentence is fitting for the woman who stole her baby.
It's only one sentence, and I don't think she's open up for that. I would say death.
After hearing both Gloria and Shannara, the judge sentences Gloria Williams to 18 years for felony kidnapping and interference with custody.
It's certain things in this life we should be punished for, and that's one of them.
Once Gloria is carted off to prison, another question presents itself. Where will Kamaya, now 19 years old, choose to live? And will she go by her birth name or the name given to her by the woman who kidnapped her?
She's over 18. It's her choice. She's a victim in this.
Kamaya decides to go by the name Alexis Walker and continues living in South Carolina, next to the friends and neighbors she's known all her life. However, she also chooses to stay in contact with her biological family in Florida.
We're just trying to build a relationship. I helped her get her first car. We're doing a lot of first-time everything. It's a blessing to have her back.
To the surprise of many, Kamaya continues to maintain a relationship with Gloria.
She and Gloria exchanged letters, and she loves this woman. She loves her abductor.
As for Gloria, she'll have 18 years to think about what she did and the lives she ruined, all in an effort to make her man straighten up, fly right, and love her forever.
She wanted Charles to love her again. Gloria had her baby, and in doing so, she had her man.
Even though in the back of her mind, she knew that this was something that was wrong, Gloria would do anything to be able to make Charles happy, to be able to satisfy his needs, whatever it takes.
They say a mother's love for a child is the strongest thing on earth. But love for a man, that can be far more fragile. And if that love is built on one lie, one monumental secret, it can come crashing down in an instant. And the love that you thought.
She gave her heart to a man who promised her the world.
He was very nice, very charming.
He made her feel special. She's having all these butterflies. Everything's amazing.
But their fairy tale romance will be cut short.
She was shot in the head.
They found blood all over inside the car.
Was it a robbery gone wrong?
Her cell phone and her purse were missing.
This was looking more and more like a random crime.
Or was it personal?
She had met a woman that she was in love with.
She was starting to explore her sexuality.
The investigation will turn up a number of suspects.
It was an overwhelming case.
Things really started to go downhill.
And before the dust settles, another life may be lost.
We don't want to believe that the depravity that happened in this case was possible.
That Jekyll and Hyde type of personality.
It was love that killed her, in a way.
January 22nd, 2017. It's a peaceful Sunday in Yonkers, New York, a suburban gateway between New York City and the Hudson Valley.
Yonkers is a city of about 200,000 people, just north of New York City.
We're sometimes affectionately known as the Sixth Borough.
Yonkers area can be a little more urban. It's a melting pot, but it is genuinely a really nice place to live.
However, this morning, Yonkers resident Leonida Perez Casado is up nervously pacing her apartment.
She had woke up around 7 and noticed her daughter was at home.
Hey, you reached Diana. Leave a message.
Diana, it's your mother. Where are you?
Mom's calling Diana, not getting her on the phone.
Diana was 27. She was an adult. But this type of behavior was out of the norm for her.
Her mother got very nervous.
But Leonida feels a wave of relief wash over her when she sees Diana's car in the parking lot.
She goes to the parking lot and she spots her daughter.
She sees Diana hunched over and she thought, oh my God, look at this girl. I'm gonna kill her. I can't believe she fell asleep in the car.
Diana? What are you doing out here?
But Diana isn't sleeping.
She felt something wet, and when she looked at her hands, it was blood.
She immediately calls 911.
Diana Casado had always been the heart of her family.
She was kind of like the glue, you know, the one that kept them all together.
Diana's father, her mother, her brother, they all said she brightened up a room. She was a lovely girl, very friendly, always would lend a helping hand, whether she knew you or didn't know you.
But Diana had an especially strong bond with her mother.
Her mother and her were very tight.
She did everything with her, went to the salon, got their nails done, went to eat.
Her mom had just always really been her best friend.
And Leonida couldn't have been more proud of her daughter.
Diana, along with her whole family, originally immigrated from the Dominican Republic.
She came when she was around 16, 17.
For a lot of kids, that would have thrown them for a loop at that age, but Diana adjusted really well, and her parents were so proud of her.
In her new home, Diana had no trouble fitting in.
Yonkers has a high immigrant population. A lot of the population are Latino.
Her friends loved her. They said she was outgoing, she was fun.
She also had the discipline to work hard.
Diana had gotten a job at a restaurant near where they were living.
In fact, her mother worked at the same restaurant that she did.
She had a small circle of friends who also worked at the same restaurant. And that was her little family.
But as a young woman, Diana had more on her mind than hard work.
Diana was like a free spirit. She wanted to have fun.
So it was no wonder when she caught the eye of a handsome older man named Luis Alteret Rivera.
She was his waitress, and the two quickly hit it off.
Hey, I'm Diana.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm doing better now. How are you?
He was a good-looking man.
He started talking to her.
He was being very nice, open and friendly.
He said, would you like to get together?
I would love to take you out sometime.
How's Friday?
They exchanged numbers and they ended up going on a date that same week.
Even though Luis was almost 15 years older than Diana, they had an immediate connection.
That age gap really was exciting for her.
He had a good career as a civilian working on a military base.
He has all of this extra life experience.
And he always made Diana feel special.
She thought he was the sweetest guy in the world.
He's taking her out to places she's never been to, for date nights.
He made her think he can give her the world.
And it wasn't long before the pair became an item.
He thought he loved her.
She was head over heels in love with him.
It seemed like this was the one.
But in the spring of 2016, after spending nearly a decade together, 27-year-old Diana was yearning for a change.
You have to remember, she was a kid when she met Luis. She didn't really know who she was.
She reached a point in her life where she thought, I don't know if this is really what I want forever because I really haven't experienced anything else.
So she decided to make a fresh start.
She wanted to start over, do something different. So she took a vacation with her sister down to Miami. She was able to mix and mingle and meet new people, and she experienced new things. She felt like, you know what? Miami might be the place for me.
Diana and Luis went their separate ways, and she was looking forward to this new life in Florida.
But after only 6 months of living it up in Florida, Diana realized just how homesick she'd become.
She missed her mom, she missed her dad, she missed her friends. So she came back to New York.
She went right back to work in the same place.
What are you doing out here?
But now, just a few months after returning to New York, tragedy has struck.
Diana Casado's mother discovered her in her car, bleeding.
She subsequently calls 911.
Over here!
When first responders arrive on the scene, it's clear what happened to her.
She had an apparent gunshot wound to the head.
But she is still alive.
She still had vital signs and was breathing.
27-year-old Diana Casado had left her life and her love in New York to find herself again.
She was down in Florida for several months in 2016.
She was feeling like she didn't really know who she was.
She couldn't commit to Luis feeling like this, so they split up and she went to stay with her sister in Miami.
But it didn't take long for her homesickness to bring her back to Yonkers.
She felt like the grass wasn't that much greener on the other side, so back to Yonkers it was.
And she quickly reconnected with Luis.
Her friends wondered if they would get back together.
But now, Diana's future hangs in the balance.
Let's get her out of here. Patrol officers arrived and confirmed that we had a female who was shot at the location. She still had vital signs and was breathing, despite a gunshot wound to the head.
She was taken to the hospital down in New York City.
While officers transport Diana's mother to the station to get her statement, detectives take their first look at the crime scene.
Diana had been seated in the driver's seat of the vehicle.
There was blood all over inside the car.
We surmised that the suspect shot her as she was about to get out of the car because she was shot close range and the trajectory was downward.
While detectives don't locate any weapons at the scene, they do find evidence to point to the type of gun that was used.
There was a shell casing inside the vehicle.
It was a .40 caliber.
They also take note of what isn't in the vehicle.
There was no pocketbook in the car. They couldn't find her cell phone.
When you see that there's property missing, you start to lean towards it being a robbery.
Hopeful that someone may have seen the shooter, police start going door to door.
This was a highly populated area, and people were always coming and going.
And it doesn't take them long to find a witness.
One of the neighbors told us that they heard a gunshot.
I was in bed when I heard a loud bang.
Gunshots are not uncommon in that area of Yonkers.
People at that point kind of become rather numb to crime. Unfortunately, it was just another day in the hood.
But after the fact, she remembered that's when she thought she heard a gunshot.
She was absolutely sure it was 3:01 because when she heard the shot, she looked at the cable box and saw it was 3:01 a.m.
She ran to the window to look, but she didn't see anything out of the ordinary, so she didn't call the police.
Okay.
If the shot the neighbor heard was the one to wound Diana, it would mean she was sitting in her car alive for more than 4 hours with a gunshot wound to the head before her mom found her.
The woman's statement doesn't help them identify a suspect, but it does give them a timeline. Now they can look to another kind of eyewitness.
There were several cameras in that area, and detectives hope they caught something, but it takes a long time to collect all that video, process it, and review it.
In the meantime, detectives head back to the station to talk to Diana's mom, Leonida.
She was extremely devastated.
Have you gotten any updates from the hospital?
She just went to surgery. They said it could be.
Her mother wakes up and realizes she's not home.
That's when she went looking for Diana and found her clinging to life.
How will her mother ever get that memory out of her head?
Can I go to my baby now?
Before they let her go, detectives need a little more information on Diana's personal life.
Was she seeing anyone? Nothing serious since she returned from Florida.
Diana's mom explained that she'd been back in New York for a couple of months and reconnected with her ex, Luis, but they weren't exclusive.
So she wasn't out with Luis last night?
She said no, not that night.
We appreciate you coming in. I'll walk you out.
When Diana's father shows up at the station, he's just as shocked about what's happened.
Diana's father and mother were separated. Now,
so after Diana's mother found her, her brother showed up at the scene and then went back to her father's house and told her father.
There wasn't much anyone could do at the hospital, so he come to the station to help them find out who did this.
He was just trying to give us as much info as possible.
I can't believe it. I just saw her yesterday. Could you tell us more about yesterday?
He said she went over probably about 4:30 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
He told them that her ex-boyfriend, Luis Altoret Rivera, was staying with him, so he was there too.
So you're close with this young man?
Of course, he's part of the family.
Luis did things for him. He'd take him to a doctor's appointment, he cooked for him, he cleaned the house.
And Diana didn't mind this friendship?
She and Luis are still close.
They kept the relationship very cordial.
A lot of people thought they were going to get back together.
But like Diana's mother, her father has no idea who would want to harm her.
The dad assumed it was a stranger, the robbery.
When detectives sit down with her ex, Luis, he agrees.
They'd gotten his number from Diana's dad, and he was more than happy to come in.
When she parked her car, it's very dangerous. I even gave her a mage not to know.
This was looking more and more like a random crime, but law enforcement always wants to start with the victim's inner circle and then move out from there.
Luis confirms to detectives that he and Diana were still on good terms.
And you and Diana never had any problems? Never had a problem. No? Nothing physical, anything like that? Never.
He was very polite, very cooperative and cordial.
However, he does admit to being shocked by the way Diana ended their relationship.
He thought she was going to stay with her sister for a week vacation in Florida.
She told me she was going for 10 days, and she never came back. That was surprising too.
It also raises a red flag for the detectives.
Maybe he hadn't accepted their breakup.
Did you want to get back together with her? I would have loved to.
Luis was still in love with Diana.
But he knew she felt differently.
She don't want to have a serious relationship. But we still having sex, but not like seriously,
Luis tells detectives that he respected her decision and eventually realized it was time to move on.
He said he started dating and seeing other people as well.
I have a girl. Not like wife, but like girl, friend.
And so did Diana.
Did she have other friends or no? No, she go out with females.
Diana was exploring her sexuality.
Diana was dating, and she met a woman, and she was in love.
The first suspect that most police officers look at are an intimate partner.
If she'd found out Diana was seeing Luis again, that could be a motive.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
As Diana Casado undergoes emergency surgery for a gunshot wound to the head, her ex-boyfriend, Luis Altaret Rivera, has just told Yonkers detectives that he'd heard she'd been seeing someone new.
He said she met a woman and she was in love.
But that isn't the only rumor Luis shares with detectives.
They broke up, I don't know, something happened with her.
Could Diana's new love interest be responsible for her death?
You need to consider people's motives. Could be this overwhelming jealousy of, a fear of losing Diana.
Of course, the fact that Diana was seeing someone new could also give Luis a motive.
How'd that make you feel? I didn't care because we didn't have a serious relationship.
To prove it, Luis tells them he was with his new girlfriend in the Bronx on the night of the shooting.
What time did you go down? It was like 1.
They went in the car talking for a little bit, and then he told her, hey, let's go to Yonkers. Diana's father bought me a bottle of rum from DR.
He then drove to the father's house, and then he brings her back down to the Bronx.
They sat there, drank a little bit, and then she said she had to go, and he went home.
I got home around 5 something. In the morning? Yeah.
Luis insists he has nothing to hide.
He gave his consent to search his vehicle to see his cell phone. We swabbed his person for gunshot residue.
And when the detectives follow up with his new girlfriend, she confirms everything he's told them.
His girlfriend in the Bronx was like, yeah, he was with me.
He had nothing to do with this.
It's a setback for the investigation. One that's made even worse when the detectives receive a call from the hospital.
Diana was taken off of life support, and she passed.
Anxious to find her killer, detectives waste no time tracking down their next suspect.
They were able to find the girlfriend's name through Diana's social media.
She was a young lady named Angelica.
But when Angelica shows up for her interview, she seems confused.
Can I ask what this is about?
I explained to her that Diana had been killed.
What? Oh my God.
She seemed really caught off guard.
Angelica tells them she'd had plans to see Diana the night before.
They were supposed to go out, but she ended up staying at work. They didn't meet up.
So wait, you two weren't broken up? No, definitely not.
When was the last time you two talked?
It was last night, a little after midnight.
Diana was out at a bar.
She was with her friend Ricardo.
Just a friend? For her, yeah.
Angelica thought Ricardo wanted more, but she didn't think Diana would ever go for it.
We had a good thing.
When detectives follow up with her supervisor, Angelica's alibi seems to check out.
She was working, and it was a distance away. We knew it wasn't her.
Ricardo White is now detectives' best lead.
He was the last person seen with her.
We were able to locate the gentleman to interview him.
Ricardo White? Yeah. What's this about?
He was completely shocked to hear what had occurred.
Ricardo tells detectives that when he last saw Diana, she was very much alive.
I went to a bar, hung out for a little while.
She's having a good time, she's dancing, having a couple drinks.
At about 2:30, he walked her out of the bar. She got into her car, she drove off.
Ricardo claims he doesn't know where Diana went next. But is he telling the truth?
And how would you describe your relationship with Diana? We're just friends.
Were you looking for more than that?
I mean, I want to say no, but she was with Angelica.
To the detectives, he seems genuine.
He was very helpful. He said, whatever you need from me, I will help. But I had nothing to do with this.
Requesting the surveillance footage from the bar confirms Ricardo's story.
It's Ricardo.
In the video, Diana is clearly seen leaving the bar at 2:30 a.m.
You see them on video walking to the car, then you see him coming back.
He's going to head to the club for approximately an hour thereafter. And that would put him in the club long after we believe she was shot.
Which means the investigation has now come to a standstill.
It's frustrating. You feel like you owe the family an explanation.
Take a seat, please.
But a meeting with Diana's brother is about to change the course of the investigation.
He wanted to talk to them about Diana's ex-boyfriend, Luis.
I know my dad loved the guy. He didn't know everything.
According to Junior, Diana's father thought Luis had always been a doting partner.
He's going to sit right next to her. He's going to get her drink. He's going to drive her to and from work.
But Junior saw Luis's behavior differently.
He said, he was very controlling.
You wearing that?
Yeah.
Put this on.
He saw him as someone who wants to be able to monitor her every move.
She couldn't do anything on her own.
When Diana decided to end the relationship and move to Florida, Junior was optimistic. But as soon as she returned to New York, he says Luis started worming his way back into her life.
He attempts to resume the controlling behavior, following her at work, trying to be everywhere she is.
He wouldn't take no for an answer.
Junior made sure to let police know that if anyone was capable of doing this to his sister,
Diana, what's this?
it was Luis.
Less than 48 hours after Diana Casado was murdered, her brother Junior has just told Yonkers detectives that they should be looking at her ex-boyfriend, Luis Altaret Rivera.
He saw him as someone who wants to be able to monitor Diana's every move.
He said Luis controlled everything that Diana did. He controlled what she wore, what she could buy, where they would go.
You wearing that?
Yeah.
Put this on.
It's a classic sign of domestic violence.
Put it on.
He saw her as an object. She was property to him.
He's got to be looked at for this crime.
However, the facts suggest Luis couldn't have pulled the trigger.
The gunshot residue testing they conducted on Luis came back negative. And they confirmed his alibi for the night that Diana was killed.
I'll walk you out.
At Junior's insistence, detectives decide to take a closer look at Luis.
Junior didn't know all the ins and outs of the couple's relationship, but he said one of Diana's oldest friends, Camilla Rhodes, would know more.
Called down to the station, Camilla seems just as convinced of Luis's guilt.
What her brother told you, that isn't the half of it.
She admits that when Diana first met Luis, she was desperately in love.
The beginning of a relationship, everything's amazing.
But she says the couple's age gap soon created a dangerous dynamic.
Oftentimes what happens when you have an older partner in a relationship with someone significantly younger, there is grooming that happens with the younger individual.
In domestic relationships that turn bad, there's often a trend of a controlling nature by one party, where that party tries to be present to every moment of their partner's life. There's a pattern of overwhelming control.
It's a common thread in many abusive relationships, especially those involving young people.
Younger teens and adults have not developed at that point your prefrontal cortex. Your prefrontal cortex is your powerhouse for making decisions.
For someone to come in, especially someone to come in with toxic traits, at that point, you don't even have the critical thinking skills to discern what is toxic about them and what is you.
Luis molded her into the person that he wanted her to be, which was almost like his little puppet.
And by the time they moved in together, Luis had full control over Diana's life.
He didn't work. He made Diana cook, clean, everything.
She paid the rent. He just lived off her and sucked her dry.
And over the years, his controlling behavior became even more extreme.
He would drop her off at work and watch, make sure she didn't speak to anybody.
After her shift is over, 8 hours later, he would take her home.
He was trying to dominate her every minute.
She lived this life that no one would want. He would pick out what he wanted her to wear. When she took a shower or a bath, he had to watch because he wanted to see if there was any marks on her neck, like hickeys.
If Diana was gonna go visit Camila, then Luis was gonna go with her.
Sometimes they're in a restaurant or in a club. He'd be outside watching to see what she's doing.
I thought it was crazy, but I didn't want to step in the middle of their relationship until I saw the bruises.
That's ridiculous, man.
Wait, Diana, what's this? It's not a big deal.
She told her, like, look, you know, you have this bruise. Did he do this?
She said, he hit me, he threw me up against the wall.
Camilla urged her friend to get help, but Diana was too afraid.
She said, I'm not going to get an order of protection because that's going to really set him off.
She did not want to get her family involved because she was afraid what he would do to them.
You need to tell someone.
Don't do it. He'll hurt my family.
He had threatened to do harm to Diana's mom, Diana's brother.
Imagine the burden that she had to carry.
Diana was physically abused, but I want to say the mental abuse was worse. Fearing for her mother, her brother, her father.
However, Camilla says that after nearly a decade together, Diana began plotting her escape.
She told Luisa she was going to stay with her sister for a week vacation. She intends to set up permanent residence.
She was cleaning the slate and starting a new life down there.
Unfortunately, Diana's fresh start wasn't what she bargained for.
He soon follows her down there.
Did he find her?
No, but he was looking.
He didn't know where she lived.
He was trying to get the address, but she wouldn't give it to him. But he continued to call her.
This guy just would not leave her alone.
She would always have it in the back of her mind that at any given moment, Luis Rivera could pop out of the woodwork and terrorize her.
Convinced she'd never find peace in Florida, Diana eventually moved back home.
She went back to work at the same location.
In an abusive relationship, it's not really recommended for you to return back to the location in which you were abused.
But Diana felt there was no escape.
She was stuck. This guy wasn't going to let her go.
He found her, and the same cycle continued.
She was afraid to tell him no.
They started seeing each other once in a while.
It was to keep him happy, just so he didn't, react or harm her family.
But Diana had refused to stop living her own life.
She met a woman, and she was fond of her.
It was overwhelmingly happy for her, like just being with this new person who made her feel good and didn't tear her down. She was ready to just embrace whatever came forward.
But Camilla fears that Diana made a fatal mistake.
She had a conversation with Lewis 2 days before she was killed. She basically told him, it's over. I'm not going to be with you. I'm never going to be with you.
I tried to stop her. I didn't think it was a good idea.
She told Diana, you might be signing your own death sentence.
It's over!
Yonkers police now know that nearly everything Diana Casado's ex-boyfriend, Luis Altoret Rivera, told them about their relationship was a lie.
There was a big disparity in the way Luis described the relationship and how other people described it.
It wasn't a good relationship.
This guy is abusive.
And when police check Luis's criminal record, it's clear that's not the only thing he lied about.
He had an extensive record. In 2007, he threw something at his wife at the time.
They had a really bad relationship. He would beat her in front of the kids.
In 2009, he had an assault, unlawful imprisonment. That was a domestic violence with his wife again.
He held her against her will for a period of time, and he assaulted her and poured floor cleaner down her throat.
There was also a domestic disturbance with his niece in the Bronx. He's always been very abusive.
Which makes detectives wonder, did Luis kill Diana?
Luis claimed to have been with another woman, and this other woman vouched for him.
However, his phone records tell a different story.
He told police he was with his new girlfriend from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. on the night of the murder, but his phone showed he was still texting her at 3 a.m.
If you've been sitting together in a car or anywhere else, why would you be texting?
His alibi is not adding up.
When detectives follow up with Luis's girlfriend a second time, she quickly cracks.
She soon realized that we knew more than she thought.
And at that point, she's like, no, you wasn't with me that early.
He had told her to tell the police that they were together from roughly midnight till 5 a.m. When in truth, he spent about an hour and a half with her, from about 3:30 to maybe 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning.
Detectives aren't surprised when she explains why she lied.
She was afraid that she would end up like Diana Casado if she didn't say that he was with her.
Cell phone evidence also places Luis in the area of the crime scene that night.
His cell phone is pinging off cell towers in Yonkers beyond 3:30 in the morning.
He wasn't in the Bronx where he said he was.
The cell phone towers connected them to the homicide.
Even with Luis's alibi proven to be a lie, detectives have no hard evidence that he shot Diana.
We needed a physical evidence.
But they end up with something even better.
A few days after the shooting, police finally received the results from their video cameras.
I was in bed when I heard a loud bang.
Our ear witness told us she heard a gunshot right at 3 o'clock. 2 minutes after that, we have Luis walking on video about 100 yards from the location. Further, we have him carrying on his back a purse.
When he gets down the hill, there is a dumpster right around the corner.
He dumped her pocketbook and its contents into the dumpster.
He closes it and he walks down the block.
It's the smoking gun detectives have been looking for.
There was little doubt in anyone's mind that Luis was the suspect. and the murderer.
There's just one problem.
He was no longer anywhere to be found.
Days go by without any sign of Luis.
His cell phone went completely dark.
They couldn't find him. He was basically on the run.
When police break the news to Diana's family, they're furious at Luis's betrayal. But no one is more shocked than her father.
The father didn't know any of the stuff that was going on with Louis and his daughter. He didn't know how he was mistreating his daughter.
But Dad's mind, he's like, when could he have possibly have left to actually commit a homicide?
He thought, he's laying on my couch. He was here when I woke up.
How can you commit something so grotesque and still be able to be sound asleep hours later? The thought of it for Dad, understandably, was just unfathomable.
It broke my heart because her father told me I only let him stay and I was nice to him because I thought if I was nice to him, he would be good to my daughter. Unfortunately, it didn't work out that way.
Eventually, Yonkers police recruit the help of the FBI to track Luis down.
They helped us with tracking his cell phone. He was all over the place. Connecticut, Florida. But by the time you get to that location, he's no longer there.
He seemed to always be one step ahead.
More than a year goes by without an arrest in Diana's case.
Being patient is very difficult, especially when you know who your suspect is.
But the police refuse to give up.
When it comes to something so heinous as what happened to Diana Casado, we will find who did it, and we will eventually bring you to justice.
Then finally, in March of 2018, they received new information on Luis's whereabouts.
Miss Benjamin.
He went to Puerto Rico to his father's house.
Once again, he's managed to slip away. But this time, he's left a sickening trail.
We found out that there was actually a girlfriend in Puerto Rico who was murdered 13 months after Diana was. And he's a person of interest in that case.
Her name was Ilia Milan Melendez.
He got a phone call one day from his uncle that she was at a bar and she's drunk. He comes over to the bar and forcibly drags her from the bar, puts her in his car, and that's the last she's seen.
She was found nearly decapitated in a shallow grave by a beach.
I mean, this guy he's a psychopath.
In the aftermath, Luis had disappeared again.
How long can this go on? It became that much more important to not leave him free for any longer.
Then, in February of 2019, investigators get the break they've been waiting for.
We were able to get a new cell phone number for him. He's in Vancouver, Washington.
He knew we had to move quickly.
We got on a plane and went out there.
It's time. Let's grab him.
Two years after the murder of Diana Casado, Yonkers homicide detectives have followed their suspect's trail across the country to Washington State.
We found out where he was living. We went over, knocked on the door. He opened the door.
Put your hands up!
We explained who we were, why we were there, and asked, would you come with us? He said, sure, no problem. He was very cooperative.
In an interrogation room, police present Luis with the evidence against him. He seems unfazed.
Look, Luis, we know you lied to us. Do you have anything you want to say?
Even after putting holes in his story, Luis didn't concede to being untruthful about his timeline.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
If you let your guard down, he can sweet talk anyone.
The detectives know someone like Luis will never confess.
At one point, Detective Guy says, look at me and tell me that you didn't kill Diana. And he just smirked. He always thought he was one step ahead. He was just smarter than everybody. He was gonna get away with it.
But in the end, his denials don't matter.
Let me see your hands.
We had enough to go and charge him with the murder.
Sit tight.
They had made arrangements to have him extradited back to New York.
For Diana's family, news of the arrest lifts a weight from their shoulders.
It was very emotional for Detective Geis and I to be able to tell the family, hey, we got him.
The family, I have to say, God bless them, because I don't believe I would be that patient. They're a beautiful family, truly.
And on May 23rd, 2022, when Luis stands trial, the prosecution doesn't hold back.
They said this crime was cold, calculated, and fueled by Luis's jealousy and his need to control Diana.
She told Luis that she was in love with a woman and that was it. Like, she was done with him and she was gonna move on.
That was the tipping point.
He took that as a sign of disrespect, like, who do you think you are?
So in the early morning hours of January 22nd, 2017, police believe Luis contacted Diana and asked her to meet him.
She did agree to meet him.
We have very good evidence that Diana picked up Luis around 2:45 in the morning.
We have video of her car actually going towards the direction where he was living. And then it comes back. And it looks like there's two people in the car.
And then we were able to follow her car on camera, and she parks it out in the parking lot shortly thereafter.
All right, Luis, what is this about?
Her guard was down. She was expecting a conversation, one of the many conversations that they had had before.
But Luis was planning something else.
They started arguing about their relationship.
Diana, I love you.
No, this isn't love. I can't keep doing this with you.
When Luis realized it was finally over, he pulled out a gun.
To show that he is still in control, he did something that ended it all.
What are you doing? What are you
doing? Prosecutors argue that the surveillance footage proves Luis's guilt.
The gunshot was at 3 o'clock.
At the time, the cameras in the area caught him walking from the scene all the way down to where he finally threw out Diana's purse.
The video evidence was just so overwhelming.
But the defense disputes the details.
The defense in the case was, yeah, that's Luis on video, but you haven't proven that he was the one who killed her.
For the jury, there's no question who ended Diana Casado's life that night.
The jury came back less than 2 hours and convicted him of the second-degree murder.
When they said guilty, it was such a great feeling.
You never know with a jury. And when they said guilty, man, I was like, wow, this is great. This is great.
1 month later, Luis returns to the courtroom for sentencing.
Diana's mother was able to make a victim impact statement.
She spoke from her heart, and she broke down. Her family broke down in the audience.
She just said, you know, you took everything. You took my life away. I'm dead. Diana was everything to her. They were not only mom and daughter, but they were best friends. She said, you didn't have to do this. You destroyed my life. I have nothing now.
She begged over and over, why? Why did you take my beautiful daughter? And there was no answer. The judge rendered his sentencing, which was 25 years to life.
Diana's family was so grateful that finally he was going to pay for what he had done. Now he's away. He can't hurt anybody else.
We were able to do it. We were able to give him justice.
But for Luis's other alleged victim, justice remains out of reach.
There's another woman in Puerto Rico who also was killed.
My understanding is that they still are actively working the case.
I hope for the victim's family in Puerto Rico, the same thing happens.
Either way, Luis will spend his life behind bars, while his victims' memories will live on.
I remember her mother telling us, I just thought she would be forgotten. We were like, no, we're not going to forget.
It's a story that needs to be told.
If you find yourself in a relationship that is unhealthy, then it's important to share, to not keep this just to yourself.
Domestic violence happens way too often. Don't
it.